I gotta start with the hymn.
Jesus only attacked conservative religious leaders. That's why I only attack traditional Christians and never make sinners uncomfortable by talking about sin. I'm just trying to be more Christ-like. Jesus only attacked conservative religious leaders, ate with sinners. That's why I only attack traditional Christians and never make sinners uncomfortable by talking about sin. I'm just trying to be more Christ-like. You should try it sometime.
We'll now turn the time over to Sister Higdon to perform our invocation.
Is she really there?
Dear Goddess above or below, wherever they may be, we would like to give our thanks for rationality and science. We beg thee to stop the climate disaster that 97% of scientists agree will destroy us. We beseech thee to help those who are not like us one day achieve mavenhood in their long journey to reasonable scientific thought.
That is man's telos.
Amen.
That is man's telos, is to become maven. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, here's a scenario for you.
This is what I'm trying to become. I'm trying to become this.
I'm trying to be like Maven. I'm screeching at every man. I'm moralizing daily, ruining everything.
So look at that exact one right here. Jesus only attacked conservative religious leaders, but ate with sinners. That's why I only attack traditional Christians and never make sinners uncomfortable by talking about sin. I'm just trying to be more Christ-like. You should try it sometime. Well, guess what this one that Dan just dropped about is about?
Good Lord.
Could use a refresher on the parable of the Good Samaritan. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. And the parable of the Good Samaritan only occurs in one gospel. That's the Gospel of Luke, which is characterized by concern for the oppressed and the marginalized. So in the gospel, Jesus,
come on,
he was a 2025 Democrat when he dropped that. Luke was. Yeah, Luke was like he was channeling his Buttigieg,
and more directly with and showed compassion for women and foreigners and the oppressed and the poor. So it's no surprise that the parable of the Good Samaritan is found in this gospel. And
you notice they didn't use any of the language of like the marginalized or the oppressed in the Bible. It's because the word like enemy is kind of just all encompassing. Like if the Samaritans were the enemies of the Jews, so the whole point of the story is like even your enemy, be charitable to them. So, I mean, it feels like it was. I feel like the whole marginalized thing is way before enemy, right? Like he's not talking about marginalized people. He's just saying if you see somebody dying, help them. And then the wokies kind of co-opt that by saying we're all literally dying. and you're not helping us.
Take care of every single immigrant with everything that you have, always for forever. Amen.
Yeah, and my favorite part of the parable of the Good Samaritan was how the Samaritan also was instructed to approve of every single life choice that the Jew ever made.
He covers that here. I hope I can jump to it because I do not want to listen to the whole thing because he's overly long-winded. It's 9 minutes long. But he definitely talks about how calling out this sin of the person is not your job, but of course it's Dan's job to call out your sins.
Well, it's found in chapter 10, and it starts in verse 25. So Jesus has just sent out 72 of his disciples and deputized them with the authority to cast out demons, and they come back all excited because it worked, and Jesus rejoices with them. And then we start in verse 25. An expert
So we know the story of the Good Samaritan. I'll try to jump past
in the law stood up. You become one's neighbor. And this is consistent with Jesus' prioritization of justice and mercy elsewhere in the Gospels over and against other features of the law that are more public displays of piety. In fact, in Matthew, Jesus twice quotes Hosea 6:6 in the prophetic critique to condemn those who would leverage the public features of the law in order to advance their own standing, in order to engage in credibility enhancing displays. He says, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. And the prophetic critique is something that originates among the 8th century prophets, where they condemn those who engage in the public performances of the requirements of the law so that they can be seen of others. And Jesus emphatically condemns those who pray on the street corner and those who disfigure their faces so that they...
So Seth, our friend of the channel and buddy, dropped a thing just this week that he would go back to church if Dan McClellan were prophet. So, I mean, I guess all that matters is that your prophet's politically aligned with you, right? I mean, that's all you need for religion, right?
They can be seen to be fasting so that others will think, wow, they're so pious. So that is the public performance of the...
Because, I mean, under that same concept, if I'm more kind of generally politically aligned with current day Mormons, generally, shouldn't I be at church right now just based off of that? If I were every single leftist out there who turns over and bends over backwards, flipping for themselves every single time, shouldn't I be there at Mormon church every week just because?
No, I care about truth.
Requirements of the law, but Jesus talks about the weightier matters of the law, and so do the prophets of the 8th and 7th and 6th centuries. If you do that while grinding the faces of the poor and not helping the poor and the needy and the oppressed and the widow and the orphan, then your observation of the public features of the law becomes sin. Because according to this perspective, the purpose of the law is to generate a merciful and a just and a righteous heart. And so if that is not being generated, then you're just using the law to advance your own interests. And so this is why Jesus says, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. The sacrifice is supposed to result in mercy. If the sacrifice doesn't result in mercy, the sacrifice is just sin. So what we have is the insistence on showing mercy, irrespective of the identity and even the behavior.
So it sounds like he's talking a bit about virtue signaling and that sort of stuff, Dan, right? Like public displays of virtue.
He's definitely talking about virtue signaling. He also condemned credentialism of the Pharisees.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Is the weightier matter of the law. So
why does everything Dan ever does like have like 5 fingers pointing back at him?
Ultimately, the point of the parable of the Good Samaritan is that the question is not who else is your neighbor. Everyone is your neighbor. The question is, are you worthy to be someone else's neighbor? And so today we have an awful lot of Christians who suggest that there's this thing known as the sin of empathy. There was even a whole book written about this. And the idea is that you can enable and facilitate sin. If you are too empathetic to others, you can be manipulated. And of course, this is true. Empathy can be manipulated by folks in order to harm. But in the book and in the way people today are leveraging this idiotic notion of the sin of empathy, harm is not really the main concern. The main concern is the identity markers that they want to assert in the service of their own structuring of power and values and boundaries. There's a whole spectrum of ways to be Christian, from love your neighbor Christian to storm the Capitol Christian. And how you read and apply the parable of the Good
Oh, Christ.
Samaritan is a good way to determine.
Were those people not thinking that they were saving the day, Dan?
Yeah, and I bet
Were
none
they
of
just
them...
they were just assuming they were evil? We are
I bet they were all terrible neighbors too.
Worst neighbors.
Where on that spectrum you fall. Do you interpret it in a way that validates your being Christian in an effort to advance your own personal and social interests and your access to power and reason?
Your access to power, your political campaigns, Dan, how people perceive you as a Christian.
Or do you interpret it in a way that indicts your selfishness and requires you to change your heart, to become merciful and just, and to love folks that the world around you tells you you're not supposed to, or you're not allowed to love because it's a sin? Jesus communicates.
What do you think? Do you think Dan does anything besides bark at MAGA TikTokers? Do you think he goes to soup kitchens ever?
This is mostly his shtick.
Yeah.
I mean, he talks a lot about how good it is to have empathy, so I'm sure he has empathy in his private life.
Here's your favorite part right here. Jesus communed with
and broke bread with sinners and sex workers. And an awful lot of people will immediately retort, well, he's calling them to repentance. He's Jesus. That's his prerogative. You're not. And if you don't commune with...
But Dan can call out your sins. You can't call out theirs. You're not Jesus. Dan is Jesus.
Jesus communed with sinners and sex workers, and that's all.
Yeah.
I'm skipping over the rich tax collectors. He didn't like them.
But do not call out sin unless you are Jesus or Dan McClellan. You got those two options.
But stand across the street and condemn them, then you're not doing the other part anyway. But hopefully you have the emotional and the mental maturity to recognize that the way your intuitions compel you to interpret the parable of the Good Samaritan tells you why you are a Christian. And if it's because you want to advance your personal and social interests and your access to power and resources, then you need to grow the hell up. And the fit for this video has been Lobo.
Jesus Christ.
We got so much going on this week, and you still made it to the front of the show, Dan Dumbass McClellan.
Tell you what, Seth, if Dan McClellan became the prophet, I would join it too, just like you, but as an entryist.
Yeah, we're going to be an entryist into their religions too.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll play dirty now.
Yeah, we'll do the same games. Mass lines, mass lines, mass lines. Man, there's so much, and I got so much, and I shouldn't use as much as I have. We should try to just talk about it more than me just pop a pump through it. But which subject do you want to? Let me get rid of Dan's dumb face from my thing so I don't have to see it ever again. Do you want to talk Michelle Stone, or do you want to talk the rando politician criticizing your guilt and pride post? Or do you want to talk Jonathan Streeter and me a little bit, poking at Mormon stories, hard sciencey truth, and their biology truth?
Well, whichever one you think Flip would be the most okay with missing.
Well, I mean, I'm going to hit all of them.
Yeah, I know. Wait, is he not going to be here at all today?
No, he's sick.
Oh,
he said he's entirely sick.
Okay. All right. I don't care. Let's go with whatever.
Maybe he'll pop on. I bet you if we said something that irritated enough, because the fourth one and the final one is Maven getting a lecture on how to change people's minds. I call it the commitment pattern. She learned the commitment pattern from a guy on how those activists who are correct about everything. Remember, our telos is to become a Maven or a left-wing activist. That's the final form that we're all shooting for. That's the final form of human beings. That's the Hegelian spirit, the final spirit. We're all trying to arrive to Maven entity. Once they're there, how do they convince other people? And in that, he talked past the sale and told her that the people who come to beliefs different than yours are not ontologically evil. Which, if you recall, Maven, which I know you never watched our stuff, was the entirety of the debate that you had here. And the entirety of the debate is the people who view things the other way are not ontologically evil at all times. Sometimes
I know. I wasn't even trying to convince her to not like abortion. I was just like, hey, maybe I'm being honest, and like I think that's a baby, and I think it's bad to kill a baby. No, actually, you're sexist. You might not even know you're sexist. Like it might just, but that's clearly the motivator. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Well, in fact, you're worse than a rapist. You say that so matter of factly. Like I'm just supposed to be like, oh, I see. I had no idea. I accidentally raped people, but worse.
Yeah. So, which one you want to do? Michelle Stone's polygamy or Maven's trying to become more like Maven, or biology? More stories, openness to biology, or the guy, some sort of politician, trying to reteach Ibram X. Kendi to us.
Let's do the politician guy. But first, as a little aside, I saw that guy clowning on the CES letter in Thoughtful Saints, just kind of the usual way that they do.
The same guy? Or a different guy?
I don't know. I sent you the screenshot, so yeah.
It's a different guy.
Oh, I don't know. But it's the same kind of shit that they always do. And the thing is, I'm not really even like that married to the CES letter. If you told me that there's some shitty scholarship in it, I'd be like, okay, whatever. I don't know. I didn't read the whole thing ever. I kind of just skimmed it. But the stuff that I saw seemed pretty damning, right? Like the Reformed Egyptian, the Book of Abraham stuff, anachronisms, shit like that. And in Thoughtful Saints, they always just kind of do that Cardinellis thing. We're like, oh my God, it's so pathetic. Imagine.
Debunked long ago.
Debunked. So I posted a couple hours ago 2 different posts. The first post was, what specific single issue do group members here think that CES letter gets the most wrong? And they told me their issues. The plagiarism. Yeah, the
most wrong.
Yeah. So they don't like the Book of Mormon witnesses and their claims. Like I know he claims in there that Martin Harris said that he saw the plates with his spiritual eyes, but like they say, well, that's out of context or whatever. And there's the other quote I guess they point to where he said, "I saw them as clear as day, as clear as you are standing in front of me," some shit like that. Another one was the plagiarism, and they act like the view of the Hebrews is totally out of the question. Anyway, there was a bunch. One lady even said CES letter is yawn. Forrest was being a dick. I was trying to be all like neutral and be like, just I'm not gonna stir the pot. I just kind of want to see what your guys' things are. Forrest gets on there and he's like, "Look at that lady's unironic comment, Jared." Just
in which comment was this one?
The CES letter is yawn.
That's the whole thing.
He got on there right away and he said, "It's just so tired and old. Nothing but atheist tropes, duh." And then he immediately responded to himself as like that lady's response. It's funny. Then I posted another one on there that, let me see how much traction it's got. It was basically just the opposite.
I only saw this one. Which I only saw the opposite one. That's why I was surprised that the other opposite one was up there. That you asked, "What is a good argument?" Something like that. Right?
Yeah, I said, "What's the single strongest issue?" One guy actually did say DNA probably, but then he got shouted down by a dude who said DNA is the least plausible. Then another guy said that if it's printed out, it could give someone a paper cut. And I said, "No strong points at all?" And he said, another guy said, "No, none of them are strong. If you learn that his motives were off and he wasn't, what was it? They try to point to the thing where they're like, he acted like he was asking sincere questions, but he wasn't even a believing member at the time." I was like, look, I don't remember much of the CES letter, but I remember that being right in the fucking cover page. Him saying like, "Look, I'll ask you these questions because my grandpa wants me to, but fair warning, I don't believe in any of this."
Yeah, so it's been a while since I've read it, at least a decade, and I know he's gone adding and editing and removing things all along too. I've heard little bits and pieces of it just from Mormon stuff, but that whole entire thing's kind of inspired me to try to read it again and maybe try to take a skeptical eye to it. But I already know there's things like this situation right here, modern geographic name versus a Book of Mormon name, and maybe he got one of these Book of Mormon names from a modern geographic name, right? Some of these originally, I guess, were things that didn't exist yet in his time, right? And so then he went and removed them. So in this updated version, those wouldn't be there anymore. But then one of the things that they'll say is, "Oh my gosh, he left the geographic place. He left the map places in there. Oh my gosh." And no, it's been updated, But
yeah, it's funny how every single thing he says is just totally wrong and dishonest.
Yeah. I like we were talking about before, I'm 100% sure, and this is just how it is with comparative literature, that when you're comparing like the Book of Napoleon or something like that, those not one-to-one hits. That's not one-to-one hits. Like, yeah, but it's curious that it's similar, and that's the entirety of the comparison. You know what I mean? And
well, it's kind of like with Brian Hales trying to prove that he didn't have sex with some of his wives by saying like there's no written record of him having sex with them. Like, how often do you write that shit down? Like, we might have it in the future, like 200 years in the future, and they're trying to figure out us, because a lot of us get on Twitter and like, "I banged her," or whatever, but I mean, I don't. But like, it's not like he's gonna write it in "Today I had a scrape with Fanny. It was marvelous." but
Fanny was just a flirt, don't you know that?
Oh yeah, she's a little flirt.
It's a little flirty flirt.
I did tell Coach kind of called that out a little bit.
He did?
Yeah.
And can't remember everything. I saw so much Michelle Stone this week, but Michelle Stone said on John Delen's podcast that Fanny was just a flirt, and also with all the research she's done that she hasn't really gotten into the Fanny thing yet. Like what? Like that one?
What are you
Like, wouldn't that be
about?
Wouldn't that be
That's
the first
fucking one?
That's the first one most other people get into. You know?
I know. Well, and man, it was okay. The Michelle Stone thing. Her fans are nuts. Like, I'm in one of their groups, and I said something about how she just cries at the drop of a hat too often. The amount of people who have, I don't like using the term gaslight super often, but I have never felt more gaslit in my life than when people jumped down my throat and told me that Michelle Stone didn't cry much.
You want to know what? I'm going to officially, in a Scott Adams way, back off of that one, because I too say she cries her brains out way too much. I rewatched half of it, and I know that she cried more. I rewatched half of it after I got accused of exaggerating how much she cries. And I watched the second time, and I'm not finished because I'm sitting there watching. And I've only ever listened to Michelle Stone. And I genuinely think that there is a question. If you listen to her, she is nonstop crying. Her voice just sounds like it's crying. You know what I mean? And then there's some situations where I'm watching her face when it comes back. And if I'm watching her face, I'm like, I was positive that moment right there was a cry. And if I watch it, maybe it's not a cry. She just has a cry voice, you know. But then she also does cry a lot too. You know, but I'm going to back off a little and just say that sometimes she's not crying and it just sounds like a cry.
That sounds like wouldn't that be a cry though?
I'm just saying, like, the tone of her voice, because sometimes she'll be saying it and there's no tears there, and the smile on her face, you know.
Yeah, but if I give you a smile on my face and I start talking to you about how much I love my kids, I love them so much.
See, like, but right now you're not crying.
I was fucking sobbing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like,
I consider it a cry.
I think I like the Scott Adams two one screen 2 movies. I can see them thinking it's not a cry, whereas I think it's a cry.
How many people watch it though?
Risa says RFK. Yo, man, I've listened to it twice, dude. But you want to know what? I was just listening to the Huntsman one, and I was so bored with it. I was like, I wish he'd cry a little bit. That would pick this up a little bit, man. Those tears, maybe they make it fly by faster. At least make me rage enough to that I don't use the word trigger very much at all. But if there is a trigger, and I think I had this trigger ever since I was young. Like Mormon crying is a trigger for me. If anybody does like a I don't know, like a general conference style or testimony style cry, it is just immediate. I know is the word disgust. I want to sound like I just revulsion. Can't take it. No, revulsion.
I know we have the same thing, because like anytime in the chat we're talking about it, like you and I are just spurging out about, oh my God, stop. Why does she stop so much? And everybody else is just like, yeah, that's kind of annoying.
She really means this. She's crying. Women have always had an advantage in this level. I hate to talk about sex differences before we get to the biology part where I haven't justified my claims, but I used to say this to some different women, like, if you see me cry, it's because my grandpa died or someone killed my dog or stole my dog or something. That's maybe the most things that I'll cry for in my life. I haven't cried for much more. And a woman might cry because the Oreos are gone. And but men treat those women like she must be feeling the same thing I feel.
Oh, I know. That's the
when
thing.
My grandpa died.
That's the thing. You project. Like, people think that projection is only your negative traits. No, you project your positive traits.
Well, I'd say it's even fine that she had that they cry so easily. It's just you need to somehow calibrate yourself to know that that's the same feeling that you felt when the Oreos were gone. Just tears didn't come out for that. You know what I mean?
It reminds me, my kid he tries to mess with me, right? He's the one that's obsessed with spelling and shit like that. He loves teasing, and he gets this deep guttural laugh anytime he teases somebody, and he tries to annoy them in the way that would annoy them the most possible. but he only does what would annoy him the most possible. So I'm like tickling him, and I was like, don't laugh, stop laughing, stop laughing. And he goes, Dad, I'm not laughing. Laffing. And he just starts cackling. Like he's like, oh man, he's gonna be so pissed. I spelled laughing wrong. Because if you do that to him, he will short circuit.
Yeah. Reese says men constantly cry on the inside, and Troy might cry if the Oreos are gone. And who's it?
Thank you, Troy.
A friend of mine practices crying for church. Wow, that's just is. I know that there's practice crying. You can see the practice crying. Like I've long held this belief, and I don't think I'm the first one to land on it. But it all stemmed from that Bruce R. McConkie talk that he gave before he died. You know, the famous one where he's like, "I feel," and I think that I think that was a real cry, because I think he knew he was dying, and nobody had really kind of done that up to that point. And then it became the meme. It became the thing to do because it was so powerful. But the first one was real, and everyone after that was an Andy Warhol replica.
Did one of my favorite Jonathan Streeter videos back when he was more talking about Mormon shit was the one on Iring, how he cries too much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Iring's kind of backed off of that. It seems like
I don't know.
Holland used to cry all the time too, though. But Holland had that famous video. Not many people saw it, but I know some did, and I saw it in the MTC, where he talked about how you needed to act devastated if people didn't do their Book of Mormon reading, which basically was also saying that you should get emotional and tear up. Like you should learn how to use your emotional manipulation.
Yeah, no, I remember that video. Like, because they showed it to us a ton in the MTC. Act devastated. Like, but what if I'm not devastated? Lie.
But someone just this week called us out, like right after those biology videos got pulled off on Mormon Stories. Somebody like pulled up some old post that Jonathan made on there, acting like it was a shit post or like a troll, where it was the post of you sitting there as like a little kind of
the Queen of Hearts.
The Queen of Hearts, male of Mormon polygamy. Like, tell us like how terribly horrible patriarchal the men were in your life. And the whole point of the post was to talk about how actually tons of dudes are pretty big pushovers in the Mormon world. And I think that extends to Michelle Stone crying, because I have never seen kind of the group of ex-Mormons that we all know roll out the kids' glove carpet.
Holy shit. That had me cheering for Exmo Joe, man. Like, I give him a lot of shit, but holy hell, he was the only person I've seen so far that has not.
Colby Reddish did.
Oh, really?
And Colby Reddish and I got simpatico real quick, because he was like, what is this? Like, why is everybody giving this a pass? This is some of the worst stuff I've heard.
I know.
Thank you. Maybe you are as autistic as us. Thank you.
I felt some kinship with Exmo Joe there for a minute, because I was like, man, maybe I won't trash you that much next time you do something really fucking dumb. Because he's like looking around like I am, like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, what? Yeah. She believes crazy things.
Well, it's even wild if you think about it, and we were going to get in this other thing first, but before Colch's program and on John's program, Maven came out begging for her and then talking about how women get treated differently. Yes, women get treated differently, Maven. They get treated much nicer. Like there's no apologist or person saying kind of crazy conspiracy level things. And I need to talk about that too, because there's so many times where I agree and disagree with Michelle Stone at the same time.
Yeah.
Like I agree with how she talks about, it's the same thing as like Cardin. Like totally people are bigoted towards Mormons and you get wrong when it is. Totally. There's a thing of misusing the word conspiracy to denounce somebody just as a thought-stopping cliche. But you are also promoting something that has to be a gigantic conspiracy.
Yeah, it's definitionally a conspiracy.
A huge one that would require extreme efforts by tons of people. And
I mean, I don't think she's ever claimed it, but a lot of her dudes have talked about Joseph Smith body doubles and shit like that.
Yeah. And then there's stuff, and I actually can't believe it. Like the first time ever in my life, I listened to a Farms podcast and to get the more skeptical, cynical truth on something. And it was for the Farms guys to be skeptical of her conspiracies about how Joseph was not a polygamist. And that's when I was like, I'm an upside down land, man. I'm in upside
This is
down land.
insane.
I'm really in upside down land. I've got that here. I can pull that up too. But
I would love to sit down with Maven and show her a side by side, like just clip out different parts of the Rod Meldrum interview and the Michelle Stone interview, because he believes in something kind of crazy. She believes in something way crazier. And my God, she was treated so much nicer.
Not only that, like they're worried that like the Meldrums thing is something harmful in it. What's the most harmful thing in it is that, oh, maybe this paints Native Americans as not capable of building pyramids or something like that. Like, what's the most that's the most racist thing in it, is that you think that somehow the white Native Americans or something like that were the people who actually did something or not.
Well, it's not even fucking. I hate that shit. They're like, it's the mound builders myth. It's so racist. And maybe there's some racial stuff to it. I've never really looked into the mound building myth, but
if it is or not, saying it's not like saying the N-word.
Yeah,
well, people can hear that.
It's not like anybody's saying like, wow, look at these magnificent buildings. There must have been white people here. There's no way the Browns could have done this. No way. They're just saying like this.
I think there were people who said that in the 1800s.
Well, I'm sure there were at the time, but I'm like, everyone now, because Carbon tries to pull that shit all the time and talk about how racist we are for doubting the Book of Mormon, because we're like, oh yeah, the dumb brown Native Americans couldn't have built these big. No, we're not saying they're dumb. We're saying they didn't build those societies.
So they both have the same arguments, but that's the thing too. Is like it's not racist. One reason it's not racist is because that was a little bit of deductive reasoning of just saying like, well, how come these people here don't still have that technology? Yeah. How come these people here aren't still doing that? So it wasn't just it was still making like a hypothesis or something like that, but it was also saying like, well, why aren't they still building those giant cities up here in the north? But down in the south, they did still have all those same cities and all that stuff. So, but saying it like John DeLynn, you and I went crazy with this. John DeLynn acted like it couldn't, like Voldemort stuff, right? It couldn't be spoken out loud, or his face would turn red and he'd have to deplatform you and remove you from the channel. Which
Troy had like that. I kind of wish Michelle could be proved right. An evil Brigham Young conspiracy of that scope sounds pretty cool, actually. I've like said that same thing, and I've said it about a lot of conspiracy theories. Like whenever people talk about flat Earth, I'm like, fuck, I wish I could be a flat earther. You kidding me? You know how cool that would be to be a flat. That changes everything.
To find out that all that stuff is real,
and everything we know about physics is fucked. And there's probably a god.
It'd be bad if it turned out something that nuts was that big, but that was what my dumb little meme on the porch time was tonight. Was the where'd it go? Is it not showing my monogamy meme? Maybe it didn't show it.
I don't think I saw it.
Did I save? I don't have it saved on my other computer. But the whole thing was it didn't see the one like it had Annie from the redheaded Annie. And okay, it didn't pop up. I'll pop it up later. It's over my other computer. But Annie was supposedly I was using her as Michelle Stone, and it was like those ones of like Drake, where Drake doesn't like this but does like that. Using Annie as Michelle, like a redheaded girl doing it, and the thing she doesn't like is, ew, a church founded by polygamists. And then the thing she does like is like, a church that framed its founder as a polygamist and then was polygamist. You know, so it's like, that's the better church for you. You know what I mean? Like, that's the church you want to be a part of. Like, that makes you feel so much better. Like, I cannot deal with this being founded by a polygamist, but I can totally feel better and finally feel right with my life if the truth is that this church framed the first guy as a polygamist, killed him, and then was polygamist. That would finally make me feel better.
Yeah, I don't know how she squares it. I mean, she talks. I think she really does like the church, and she really likes the community aspect of it, or whatever. Maybe she has some legitimate crazy cognitive dissonance going on, or whatever. But I don't know how you square that.
Yeah,
you know, like we had one good guy, and the rest of them lied about him.
Yeah, but anyway, like back to the point is like Maven's coming on. For some sort of reason, she's very, very, very afraid of how Michelle Stone's going to be treated.
Oh yeah,
as if like they would have like come on to put like that same thing for Rod Meldrum before he spoke. And then when talking about being afraid about how she's going to be treated, this person came out and said the Fanny Alger story, that was just a flirty girl. And isn't that under Maven, who we're all trying to become like? That sort of dismissiveness about that, like the ultimate no in things, and then she's there as an apologist platforming it.
If I said that about Fanny Alger, I would get brought up on Mormon stories and talked about. If like a general authority said that about Fanny Alger, he would be the subject for like the next month, and John DeLynn would talk about how this is the next mass exodus thing, this is the next exclusion policy, exodus level event.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did for weeks before that, and I listened to Michelle Stone complain about it for a couple times, say that he wouldn't say her name and wouldn't platform such conspiracy theories. And then all of a sudden, just a couple days later, he's having her on, and then I don't know, just because if Coach had her on, that he's suddenly like, okay, we can do it too. Yeah, but he had her on, and then is just loving it. This is the best thing ever. Like by the end, he's like, this is the best thing I've got going on right now. Beepity do. Maybe he just kind of realized that it could help build up his following a bit more, even because she has 100,000 subscribers. People keep mentioning that as if that's not the fakest thing in the world.
I know. Actually, Culture them mentioned that it's.
Yeah, so did John. They know it, but like.
I know. Well, Culture says he did. Well, they gave her the benefit
she
of the
for
doubt
sure didn't do it. Yeah,
if
right.
Somebody else probably did it for her. She doesn't know about it.
Sure.
Like, how does it? Like, man, yeah. Good thing we don't treat her like we would treat a man. I mean,
but as Maven says, women are always held to such a different standard. Yes, Maven.
Yeah, they are.
Yes,
you're correct.
I'm gonna go to your post about the guilt.
Well, let's do
Maybe
it.
I can't believe my meme didn't post. Maybe it was.
You got flagged.
It did?
No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe it did. Here's your post. Collective guilt versus collective pride. And you talked about this like last week, right? About the.
I mean, I talk about this a lot. It's just, I mean, I can read it if you want, but.
Sure.
Yeah, so collective guilt versus collective pride. One of my big issues with the woke crowd is their insistence that I feel guilt for sins I have not committed, oftentimes sins not even committed by my ancestors, just people who look like me. I always tell them I don't believe in collective guilt. If I'm a massive douche to you, you shouldn't hate my son for that or expect some kind of recompense from him. On the flip side, however, is collective pride. I've always felt that to remain consistent, I shouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment or pride in the deeds done by those who look like me. My question is this: is there utility in collective pride or collective guilt? If there is utility in just one, is there any reasonable way to have one but not the other? And we did talk about this because I talked about Santos Dumont last week, but I don't know. I had a guy at work. He was a black dude, and he saw me reading White Fragility, and I told him how shitty it was.
Recently or back in the day when you read it?
When I first read it. And he was, during Black History Month, he's like coming at me. We got along, but he's like coming at me like, it's Black History Month. I was like, okay. And he's like, did you know that a black guy invented this and this and this and this? And I was like, okay. Are you under the impression that's going to bother me? And he actually said, I kind of thought it would. Like, look, I didn't invent any of them, man. I didn't invent any of those things. Even if a white dude invented them, I hold no claim to them. So that's the whole collective pride thing. But also, I didn't do slavery, so I don't have the collective pride, and I don't have the guilt. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you should have some type of a pride in your ancestry or something like that. Maybe some, I don't know. I don't know what the good take on it is, but none of these people knew either. Holy fuck.
Well, I actually think you're kind of also tapping into a little bit of what some of the times are about, but from a different angle, because we know for like the past several years, we were pushed on the white guilt thing, which obviously came up because you got answered by this guy who I probably wouldn't just show him, except it turns out he's a politician. So I think politicians are fair game, right? Like he's running for state senate or something like that. And,
yeah, he's running for something. And he's a deep thinker too.
And he says on his post or Twitter or something, he's a critical deep thinker. And he was answering you directly here. It says, when talking about racial politics, people on the right often conflate guilt with responsibility. Guilt is paralyzing. It suggests you're somehow personally culpable for injustices you didn't commit. Responsibility, on the other hand, is empowering. It means recognizing advantages you've been afforded and using them to bring about something approximating justice. Not because you're forced to, but because it's the right thing to do. And that isn't oppression. That's the foundation of individual moral action.
Okay, but guilt and responsibility, both of them imply that it's my fault.
Yeah.
Like if I need
it's like a Mott and Bailey, but if there's a difference, it's minute. You know.
He's basically just using responsibility as a sub-in for good guilt. Because, like, if I feel guilty for it, that means I take some semblance of blame for it. If I take responsibility for racism, that's me taking responsibility for a thing that I didn't do. Like, either way, I'm getting blamed for a thing that I didn't do.
Well, one of the things that he was pushing, he was saying over on your thing, which I contested him about too, is that nobody's been pushing the guilt angle.
Yeah.
And that's a major gaslight, right? Our friend Casey gave a long list of...
I didn't see Casey's comment.
Yeah, he gave a long list of times where it was placed in his guilt. I put up a couple comments and told him I've got basically 8 years of saved phone storage of comments. That
I mentioned that to him.
Yeah.
He asked me, he said, give me one example. And I was like, look, Chris already gave you a whole image worth of examples. He's like, none of those, like, they said some off-color things about white people, but none of them were demanding...
Feel guilty. Yeah, I know he's going to look for the exact words.
I know he's looking for the exact words, and I can't remember which one.
Which I know that, like I said, don't make me do this, because I know I could sit there and find at least, and I gave the number 100, and I gave that because I know I have enough stored in my phone. I will find 100 that say exactly that. It's just I don't want to spend all day doing that just to prove a point, and I will. But I just sat through Michelle Stone for a whole other hour to see if she was crying or not for a whole other 6 hours.
That is some devoted autism. You are the hero of the week.
Well, I'm only halfway through, so a whole other 3 hours.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find what, because I used one of the examples.
I promise I could find 100. Yes, you should feel guilt.
Just that image that you showed after he said none of those.
There's at least 5 of them that do say it. Yeah.
I said, would you say, white people, it's time for you to understand your complicity in racism? Could that be reasonably interpreted as a request for guilt?
That's guilt.
He's like, no.
Yeah, it doesn't say the word guilt in it. Yeah.
Casey said, he said all my examples proved his point that we should just feel bad, not guilty. Wait, what? Just feel bad, not guilty?
Do you feel like these gifts are guilt-free?
Like,
I think they perfectly illustrate the point of the OP. People living today aren't being blamed for what happened in the past.
Feel bad that it happened?
To take responsibility to understand it. And like that, take responsibility is such a...
Okay, but he goes on to say, to understand it, feel bad that it happened, and do something to make it better. Wait a minute. Feeling bad that something happened is the definition of guilt, you dumbass.
And taking responsibility for it, or begging me to, okay, let's use the gauche example that you're never supposed to use, but my ancestors are Irish. They got pretty dunked on in the mines and all that sort of stuff. I would like black people to take responsibility for that. When I just said that right there, does that make any fucking sense at all? But does that not sound like I'm saying a terrible thing than pinning something on somebody that shouldn't be pinned to them for no reason whatsoever? It doesn't make any sense.
I always wanted to take quotes, just offhand quotes by black people on Twitter, and just apply them to a Baptist preacher in the South, like a white dude, and just see what people say. Especially the not like us. Didn't Samuel L. Jackson say that at the halftime show or something? They're not.
Well, that's the name of the song by.
Oh yeah.
Would you like somebody to break down the song for you?
No.
I have a TikTok of a black man very non-condescendingly breaking down the song for white people.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Drake one.
Yeah, it's about Drake, but Drake's also a stand-in for why white people are bad and that sort of stuff. But
I do get tired of people conflating disagreeing with a message to somebody not being talented, because I have seen a bunch of people say that Kendrick Lamar isn't talented, and that's just bullshit.
I think he's lyrically talented, or I actually don't think he's as lyrically talented as Eminem in the sense of making rhymes, but I think he is good at making esoteric connections and kind of like I said, like numerology connections, if that makes sense. But
yeah, rap's not even my thing, but like he's really good at what he does. It's like LeBron James when you hate LeBron James. He's way overrated. No, he's not.
Yeah. I should just go share a post with this guy. I saw somebody like doing the math and saying, okay, we did the math. We've done an audit along with our Dodge audits of how much we owe you in reparations, and you owe us $4.7 billion.
After we subtract
for all of the welfare and all of the crime, all of the other stuff. Yeah. But that would just be terrible. Well, anyway, that's the guy. And I brought up the concept of the mass line. It's one of the first things I said to him. And I've been talking about the mass line since forever. And what the mass line is under Mao, they came up with a thing like you get to the end. Do you kind of feel like it's sort of at the end of a trans push? Like it gets to the end of something when enough normies kind of start getting a bad taste for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the normies are even going like, come on, shut up. You see it happen with like the wage gap. You see it happen. And what happens is they don't ever like say, okay, this is resolved or something like that. They jump to the next mass line. And so they go to, now we're going to go to, from the trans issue, we're going to go to, you know, a Black Lives Matter issue or a Kendi issue or a Gaza issue or something like that, right? So they jump to the next thing. And then they just start right back at the beginning of the things. And
we're really due for another summer of love this year, aren't we?
Yeah, pretty much. And so they jump to the next thing, and they just start at the beginning of the thing. And one of the things that they do, it even says that they do this in the mass line stuff. Like they forget the people. There's no great men or great names in history. They forget the Kendis and the D'Angelos. So they're right back to the arguments of the Kendis and the D'Angelos, just starting and repositing them from the beginning, but they erase the Kendis and the D'Angelos. And that's one of the things about the left is they erase their great people. Like the history uses them, not uses their people. And this is why I was saying like this whole commentary is kind of fits right into like this other national commentary going on with Trump. Because Sargon of Akkad just today talked about the great men of history versus the left, and the left are just kind of like trying to come up with a scientific law, and their scientific law sucks because it's not really actually scientific. But in his episode right here, and it's just covering kind of the same exact thing. It's asking kind of like, what is the difference between? Well, I'll let it play for a second.
As the European politicians find themselves to be surrounded by foreign powers, which fundamentally do not agree with them on how the world ought to be governed. We have been treated to headlines from elite publications such as Foreign Policy Magazine or the Financial Times, informing us that the US is now the enemy of the West. And yes, America is Europe's enemy now. These are headlines I never thought I would see in my lifetime. And it's become apparent to me that the dividing line between who is a friend and who is an enemy is no longer being drawn on the traditional demarcations of the post-World War II liberal order. In fact, Ursula von der Leyen and the EU sees the rules-based order as being under siege by a kind of politics that they can only describe as far right because they do not understand it. It is, in fact, so far out of the scope of their comprehension and what they would consider to be acceptable that it thrusts them into a realm of such profound uncertainty that this becomes something akin to a catastrophe to them, even though materially not much has changed, and indeed, things may well get better. In Ideology and Utopia, Hungarian sociologist Karl Mannheim addresses the question of whether there can be a science of politics. In his evaluation, he describes how the drive of the bourgeois liberals to create a science of politics would bring into being the rules-based order of the European Union. Science requires its answers to be necessary and predictable. I will always see a if I heat this metal to this temperature, then I will always be able to bend it with such and such amount of force, and so on. This requires a mechanical set of materials to work upon, and whilst it may accurately describe our ability to manipulate the natural world, it does not fully encompass our ability to deal with our fellow man. Though he was writing in 1929 and the European Union wouldn't probably begin to be assembled until 1948, the general concept of a united Europe was present in the beginning of the 20th century, and Europe's bourgeois intellectuals had been diligently working towards it. Mannheim accurately presaged how the European Union would end up functioning because of the ideology and worldview of the bourgeois liberal and how that informed the necessary methods that they would have to use to accomplish their goal. Mannheim noted that their desire was to rationalize European politics, that is, to create logical systems which would ensure predictable results, to create certainty in the face of uncertainty. As he put it, every social process may be divided into a rationalized sphere consisting of settled and routinized procedures in dealing with situations that recur in an orderly fashion, and the irrational by which it is surrounded. We are therefore distinguishing between the rationalized structure of society and the irrational matrix. The chief characteristic of modern culture is the tendency to include as much as possible in the realm of the rational and bring it under administrative control, and, on the other hand, to reduce the irrational element to the vanishing point. This ordering of the world is present all around us now, and it has its virtues. Some things ought to be bureaucratized to ensure that they function well and do what they are supposed to. Mannheim gives us the example of travel as a realm in which bureaucratization is useful. As he says, the traveler of 150 years ago was exposed to 1,000 accidents. Today, everything proceeds according to schedule. Fare is exactly calculated, and a whole series of administrative measures have made travel into a rationally controlled enterprise. And this is useful. You want to know when you're going to get to the destination and how much it's going to cost you. And this also allows Mannheim to differentiate between the concepts of behavior and conduct. As he says, the perception of the distinction between the rationalized scheme and the irrational setting in which it operates provides the possibility for a definition of the concept conduct. Conduct, in the sense which we use it, does not begin until we reach the area where rationalization has not yet penetrated, where we are forced to make decisions in situations which have as yet not been subjected to regulation. What Mannheim means with his reference to conduct is the development of a person's character. It is only outside of the preordained system of rules in which people's conduct must be self-regulated in such a way in which their character develops. In all other ways, the system has decreed for them externally how they ought to behave in any given situation, and so this decision-making power has been taken out of their hands. It is only where the rationalized system stops that character can begin to form. The desire to rationalize all of society, all human interaction, to create a set of rules which would govern each person's behavior, what we would otherwise call a social contract, is the primary desire of the bourgeois liberal, and the European Union is the most explicit form of that project. There is a reason that Europe is creaking under the weight of 1 million unnecessary regulations put upon it by a political body whose entire mandate is based on the increasing regulation of every aspect of life. This is also why the bureaucracies that make up the European Union are so fundamentally characterless. They are lifeless, dull, uninspiring, devoid of personality. Nobody can love the bureaucracy, even if they are totally dependent upon it and have been shaped and molded by it for their entire lives. Their only attachment to it is out of fear of losing the personal security and material benefits that it provides. Ursula von der Leyen is very explicit about what she calls this rules-based international order and how this is something that ought to encompass all of mankind through the United Nations. And as she explained in a speech in 2022, Russia is betraying that rational agreement.
This is an attack against the entire UN Charter. Putin has even asked in his speech on annexation, and I quote, "Who did ever agree on a rules-based global order?" End of quote. Well, the Russians did, certainly. They did it when they signed the UN Charter, just like all other nations of the world. And when they negotiated the Helsinki Final Act, the rules-based global order belongs to the world. It is the best antidote against perpetual instability in all continents. And all nations in the world see this.
To have a seamless and integrated political system means that every challenge becomes a crisis, which threatens to undo the entire project. If something were to go wrong, then everything that relied upon that faulty link in the chain breaks as well. There is no robustness in such a system, because its inorganic nature renders it as something that has to be governed by specialists and technicians, and cannot be dealt with on the ground level by the mass of unspecialized laymen. This makes it rigid and oppressively stable and completely inflexible. In his infamous book, The End of History and the Last Man, political theorist Francis Fukuyama described how he expected these rationalized liberal democracies to be the final form of government, as he felt they satisfied all of the needs expressed by Plato in his theory of the tripartite soul. Plato believed that the human soul was separated into 3 parts: the epithemicon, the appetite, which deals with our bodily desires; the logisticon, our reason, which deals with rational thought; and the thymothes, the spirit, which deals with conflict in the social realm and encompasses our concepts of honor, challenge, and victory. Fukuyama anglicizes this as thymos, which I will also use just because it's easy to say. It's obvious to see why our reason would prefer a rationalized system. The rational system is, after all, the product of our reason. It has been logically constructed by our reason, and the conclusions of it can be deduced from its premises. It is the very nature of reason to create such things. And moreover, as Hume observed, reason is forever the slave of the passions, and so the rationalized system is put into place to serve the appetites of people for food, shelter, protection, pleasure, etc. These two things meld together naturally to create a predictable state of comfort and safety. Liberal democracy in the rules-based international order, as exemplified by the European Union, the UN, the World Economic Forum, etc., is viewed by Fukuyama to bring about what he terms the end of history. This is not an end of events as such, but an end of great power politics, in which states would clash on the world stage and wars are fought over irrational causes. It is a world in which the entire life of man is rationalized and individualized, so that he is just himself alone, and every system in the world recognizes him in this way. However, Fukuyama never satisfactorily dealt with the issue of thymos. He assumed that the desire for recognition, status, honor, respect, and greatness could all be achieved within the rules-based system of a liberal democracy, but it's becoming apparent that this is simply not the case. Often, a person's status is not just tied to a numerical evaluation of their individual person, but instead their sentimental position in a cohesive tribal group.
You have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
Why?
Because Westminster is too constrained. Westminster is a tribal shouting place.
It's also become clear that a sizable portion of the population views the rules-based bureaucratic order as being itself a form of oppression and seek to get out from under its dominion. These people just aren't satisfied by liberal democracy in the way that Fukuyama expected them to be, and so we must look elsewhere for explanations. Scottish historian and philosopher Thomas Carlyle proposed what has become known as the Great Man of History theory in his 1841 book On Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. Though much derided by liberal historians, Carlyle was probably onto something, as he famously viewed history as the biography of great men whose unusual virtues and strong characters allowed them to rise to positions of power, which they then could use to reshape the world according to their abilities. Carlyle's theory is a non-material, non-rational view of how man operates in the world, and is fundamentally rooted in the thymotic part of the human soul. These men spring from that part, which desires respect, recognition, dignity, power, and majesty, and we have been witnessing the conflict between rationalistic and thymotic politics for years now, where the rules-based orders.
So, listen a little bit longer than I want to, but I almost kind of think it's a little bit of an answer to not an answer, some thoughts around the question that you're asking about group guilt or group pride or not, sorts of stuff. Thomas Carlyle, the guy who's like the great man of history theorist, he's one of the biggest writers and persons that is now evoked from that dissident right crowd. But he was a huge name at the time frame and wrote all sorts of stuff. And kind of the general idea with that is there is some sort of level of like the concept of a king or the stuff that these people are, they're freaking out about, but it's a king. Nobody wants a king. Nobody wants a king. But do you want a bureaucratic managerial class? and those seem to be like the two kind of nasty different options. But one of the differences between like a king or a great man of history is like, maybe it's not so much ideological as they just like follow great people, if that makes any sort of sense, and then take pride in like the great people of their past and that sort of deal. And so much of what the managerial or bureaucratic or NGO class, I saw Dad, a Republican, say like, stop calling it bureaucracy, call it like the NGO class. It's NGO, it's NGO. It's not the deep state, it's the NGO state. And
so I think I don't know, for most of my life I came to that conclusion that, like, I didn't have the words to say it, but like, I know I shouldn't feel guilt for things that people before me did, but that also feels like maybe I shouldn't feel any pride for the things that they did. And I'm starting to kind of think, I don't know, maybe there's something to having some like pride in your roots, and it's tricky because I'm like, if I should feel, it's like patriotism to me, right? I work at a naval facility, and every morning at 8, they play the national anthem, and my reaction to that is usually to roll my eyes or something. Like I try to be indoors because it feels cringy to me standing out there and doing the hand over the heart, taking your hat off or whatever. And a lot of the guys there are really into it. Some of them will even stand up when they're inside. They can't even hear the anthem really. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like there's a certain level of patriotism that you should have. I think a lot of people go overboard. And I think the amount of patriotism you should have is definitely a little bit more than I have. So I feel the same way about the whole pride in your ancestry thing. Maybe I should feel more of that, but at the same time, do you have to couple that with collective guilt, right? Like, do you have to feel guilty for the shitty things they do if you feel pride in the good things they did?
Well, I mean, I think your skepticism of the pride is good, and it's exactly as it should be as your skepticism of the guilt is. And then that guy is urging us to take some responsibility. And I think Flip called it like a Kafka trap. I think there's something a little bit true about that, Ramon Bailey, because taking the responsibility, that bakes in an assumption, right? That bakes in an assumption that you or your ancestors actually did do something, or that even, like we always took problem with Kendi, that disparity is there because of a done thing, which is one of the major problems with the assumption. Sometimes it was, especially in historical past, people were held back from some sort of institutional situation. But other times, other disparities, many disparities, most of the disparities that Kendi holds on to are not that. Right?
Sure. No, I like, Kendi's obviously completely wrong about this shit. And so is that Hinckley dude that I was arguing with. I do think there's a certain amount of reverence you should have for the shitty things that happened in the past. Like, you should, like Germany, for example, they should have had reverence for the fact that their country committed the Holocaust. Obviously, they went overboard by making it illegal to even question the Holocaust. That's stupid. That's so obviously on its face like a self-defeating. Like, the first thing you learn about people who are conspiracy-minded is that if you make their conspiracy illegal, it only confirms it to them. And of course it would, But I don't know. Part of it is that I'm the quintessential mutt, basically. I'm like mostly Irish on my dad's side. I'm mostly Italian and Swiss on my mom's side, and some Native American. I'm more Native American than Elizabeth Warren, just so you know. So I never know.
Congolese as she is. Because
I've got Native American ancestors, and I've probably got ancestors that fucked over Native Americans. Which one am I? Like, is it just because I look more white? Because I thought maybe race was supposed to be a social construct.
I actually got into it with some Mexicans a little bit this week because they came in saying the Spaniards came over and conquered us, and how could you guys do that to us? And I was like, hold on there, bucko. Like you're 50% Spaniard. I'm 0 Spaniard. You're talking about 50% you. Actually, the way you mestizos are, you're majority Spaniard.
Well, I've asked that. Like we did some, like my mom claims that she did some ancestry work and found out like, oh, your great grandma is Sacagawea or Pocahontas, one of those two. I can't remember. And so this native dude online was arguing with me about it, telling me how terrible white people are and how I should get out of the group because I'm white. And I was like, I have Native American ancestors. Shitty things happen to them. Am I mad about that, or am I penitent for the shitty things that it's like this unintended consequence of being a melting pot that they didn't understand what happened.
For sure.
I'm like, I'm a mutt. I exist because a large part of different people overcame their differences and started fucking each other and bred mutts like me. Yeah. So am I supposed to feel bad about the shitty ancestors? Or am I supposed to feel angry on behalf of the noble savage ancestors who were surely just amazing and
that obviously has to get weirder the more mestizo you get. But I mean, obviously in like the past 8 years, I saw a lot of different situations of people talking online where they had mixed race marriages that were getting very, very strained by a bunch of the concepts and ideas that were coming out of Kendi and stuff like that. But one of the things about all this is, so you mentioned the Holocaust, and I feel I watched an hour of TikTok today, and holy crap, is everybody off their damn rocker in there. But half of what they're saying is like, how are we getting back to this moment of fascism? They're all positive that we're back to Hitler, right? And how did they fall back for it? How did it happen, or something like that? But you just mentioning Hitler, like, what responsibility can I take for Hitler? I don't have any German ancestry at all, but I could, like, we all of us said since the post-war era said never again, right? And that's the most like responsibility I can take for that, is like, I agree, never again. Like there's nothing else I can do for that there. You know what I mean? I didn't do anything to Jews. I don't even know any Jews to do anything with. I now play in a band with a Jew, so I guess I should give him some money, even though he's way richer than I am.
Well, he's a Jew, so of course he's richer than you.
Yeah, and he has a lot of self-guilt for that. And I'm like, I'm the only one saying, no, man, enjoy. Be happy for your money. Enjoy your money. Don't apologize for your money.
Or give it all away.
Yeah.
If it makes you guilty, give it all away.
Yeah. But
not a difficult equation to solve.
Take responsibility. Like, it's an opportunity for you to take responsibility. But we also know from the Kendi world that if you don't take responsibility, there's no not racist. There's only anti-racist or racist, right? But yeah. On the pride end, I mean, it kind of goes along the lines of the thing that I've been saying to the Exmos for forever, is like, you can't go straight oikophobe. Like, you got to have some love for your people. But at the same time, like, I do feel love for the people, and I do look around this city, and even more than like Flip does. I don't know how much you do, because Flip mentions it a whole lot. One of his big things is like, this city is no different than the other city. I do think there's something special about a Mormon-made city. I think there's something a little different and
oh yeah,
extra its own thing about it, and you'll lose it if you lose the Mormonish of it. But I don't have any hate and have a lot of love for the Mormons who brought this city around. But I also, like we talked the other week, don't sit there and think the Missourians attacked us and I'm gonna go like they owe me something, because that wasn't me that they attacked. You know.
Well, I always remember hearing that, like, growing up, the whole persecution complex thing where they're like, did you know it was actually legal to kill a Mormon in Missouri until 1979? And like, okay, do you think that if somebody killed a Mormon in Missouri in 1975, he wouldn't have been prosecuted? You think they would have looked at that like, our hands are tied, it was totally legal?
Yeah.
Come on.
So it's like some sort of level in there, because like if we were playing the Kendi game, which Cardin kind of sort of does, that's one of the things we kind of criticize them of, is those guys still owe us something for how they criticize, or how they were rude and mean to our group 100 and whatever years ago, 150, right? And so they owe us taking responsibility and making us, I don't know what, removing all disparities we have with Missourians. Like, how does that get made right? You know, but I think that's just kind of like lands in the realm of, like, I think everybody has to take some responsibility for everything nasty that happened in the past that you didn't do by just saying, I learned about it and I'm going to not be that way. That's it. Right. I mean, is there anything else to it?
No, I get so sick of I don't even want to call it a Mott and Bailey because it's not even, it's way outside the Bailey. When people talk about how these these racist Republicans are wanting to pass this bill, and the bill is like, don't teach CRT in schools. But the way they frame it is they don't want us to teach about how bad slavery was.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's not even the Bailey, man. Like, that's not even the Mott. That's none of it. That's way outside. You're pretending you have a really huge Bailey that doesn't exist. But also, I don't know what they're talking about because I always say like, oh yeah, the history books made slavery seem way better than it was. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I grew up in southeastern Idaho. It's like as red as it fucking gets. And I learned about slavery, and my teachers told me how terrible it was. I remember them telling it was horrifying to learn about. They were telling me like they'd pack them on these ships, and they were like just packed in there so tight, and a lot of them would die on the way out because they didn't care. I mean, they wanted to keep them alive, so they had their goods to sell because they viewed them as property. But if the ship would sink, they wouldn't care. But they'd get off of there and let the slaves drown. And I was like, that's terrible. That's awful. And I can't believe people did that. But they didn't try to sugarcoat slavery to me.
Yeah, nobody did. I mean, I remember I was in junior high school and we watched the Denzel Washington the movie Glory or something like that. And that was like one of the first rated R movies we watched. And our Mormon parents let us watch a rated R movie at school.
Wow.
To see the nasty racism of the Civil War.
We watched Remember the Titans. We were pretty stoked about that.
Did you ever hear the story of that one? I hate to burst your bubble on that one.
Oh, I assumed it wasn't very true.
From the beginning when you were a kid?
No, not when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was like, this is 100% accurate.
I actually don't know the full story of Glory either, because I wonder if that story was super accurate. But the only thing that wasn't accurate about Remember the Titans is all the other teams also had black people. And and then the other thing is that coach got fired for misconduct with kids, not the rapey kind. He was just supposedly like a extra mean with them in coaching.
I kind of feel like I feel like I never really studied it, but the racism in football had to end pretty quickly, like after the first dude, like, I guess I'll let this black dude on my team, and his team just started kicking ass. I have to imagine it was like 3 games later, the rest of the coaches, okay, we're not doing this anymore.
Wade seconds that Southeast Idaho English teachers were terrified of slavery, very much drilled it into her.
We got a Southeast
Steve
Idaho.
watched Roots in middle school, and guess what? Other movie's not totally accurate is the Roots movie. If you look into that whole,
dude, YouTube is stupid. I saw you put up Wade's comment there. I just don't see it on YouTube. It's always like that.
What the heck?
Reid
still asked, do we have responsibility to our fellow men? And this is, I mean, if you go all the way back to the Midnight Mormons versus RFM, where I just immediately shot any chance for this channel to grow in the ex-Mormon community, where I said I thought the Midnight Mormons were more correct than RFM, just in the sense of, yes, you still have some responsibility to your fellow men. But no, I do not have additional responsibility to men who were wronged by other men in the past. I have the equal amount of responsibility to be honest and what are the words? Trustworthy and if capable, and I think I do that, if capable, willing to help other people who I'm around or close to or something like that. But I do not believe in sending any sort of money to NGOs or those things where 97% of the stuff's overhead, which is some of the stuff the USAID stuff's been dropping out into the world right here. But how much responsibility or not? I remember Radiolab, years ago covered this guy who actually he did some mathematics and realized that there is no such thing as pure benevolence. What was the word? Altruism.
Oh,
This
yeah.
episode on altruism. And so then the guy drove himself crazy and killed himself by trying to be a true altruist. But maybe that was all just still self-serving, right? That gets into Ayn Rand stuff, right?
No, dude, Ayn Rand saved me from that hell spiral. I got beef with Ayn Rand in a few different ways. She's kind of crazy, but like reading her shit saved me because that's where I was for years trying to figure out how you could be actually altruistic. Like everything you do is self-serving. There's no way around it. Like even if you just give away all your money, you're doing it for the purpose of being altruistic, and therefore you're doing it to be better yourself, which is self-serving. And then eventually Ayn Rand's like, yeah, stuff that is self-serving can be good. I was like, holy fuck, that's that's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Then she goes crazy and says that everything has to be completely self-serving, but whatever.
But she's there. I mean, we watched Dan McClellan. Like, sit with me right here, Dan McClellan, and tell me what part of your TikTok speech is actual altruism. It's you grandstanding and getting off on shitting on and shooting down people that you don't like. Grandstanding on a channel for more clout. Grandstanding to look like a virtuous person and build a career and all sorts and seem like a smarty pants. Do you help one person on earth with that? No, there's zero altruism in it. Zero altruism. Yeah, and Reese asked, why do you even want to be truly altruistic? I that's one of the things people would always say to me, like, well, Trump just wants you to like him because that makes you like Trump. And you go, that's the exchange, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
I think oftentimes about Joseph Smith and how like there's certain people that if they were born in just like a slightly different time, they would have not been assholes. I feel like if Joseph Smith were born in like, I don't know, the 60s, he would have just been like a badass science fiction writer. Like,
yeah,
would have written some cool stuff. I think if Dan McClellan had been born also in the 60s, he would have just been like a really cool comic book artist or something. Because his art's pretty fucking good.
Dan does art?
He does. He's actually really good at it. But he usually just draws himself because he's a fucking narcissist. But
he draws himself?
Have you not seen him do that? I'll have to
find
it somewhere. But yeah, it's.
Oh God, that's cringy, man.
Oh man, you're good at that. You're really not good at the thing you try to do most. Why don't you just go to the thing you're really good at?
Here's the stuff in our Marxist.org about math lines, just constantly changing the thing, going and revamping it. And it says, even if you read in the thing, it says water it down, and come back with the same argument a little bit watered down. That's how you do it. Look, for the perfect mathematical theorem, and then watering them down until the people understand them. And then if they fail, watering them down again. That's what it is. You let the thing go, switch to the other argument, come back with a watered down argument. And this guy, David Hinckley, is giving us watered down Kendiism without the word Kendi in it anymore. Because part of what you do is there's no great man theory in Marxism. You eliminate the man out of it. There's no D'Angelo and Kendi anymore. Just come back with the same arguments again, watered down with somebody new selling them to you. Which is what's going to happen as most of their other stuff goes failing. But I want to go into the Maven knee stuff now because that makes sense with the.
Oh God.
Here it is. Let me see. 1437.
I want to know why that guy's missing an eyebrow. Is it like a genetic thing, or did he do that on purpose?
Maybe he burned it off or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
And at all, and actually.
So this guy, Changing Minds, was their podcast. What they were talking about, and this guy, I mean, I liked him well enough, although he had some assumptions of what people should change their minds to. But at least, he buys into the height stuff and all those ideas of. Well, maybe other people who are motivated in a different way or think differently than you are just ontologically evil, which I generally don't think of most I think most lefties think they're doing good and right. They just have like an autoimmune disorder. Too worried about being too good. Maybe it's too like getting up in your head about everybody's got to be so altruistic, but then that gets haywire. But I believe it all.
Well, even the woke shit, like the woke shit's absurd, and a lot of it is just flat out evil, stuff like that. But I don't think it comes from a place of evil. I think it comes from a place of
They think they're saving the world.
Yeah, like they want to be sympathetic people. They want to be the good Samaritan, shit like that. It pulls at a positive trait, but it bastardizes.
Yeah.
One of the hardest skills to learn with street epistemology is when to back off, because sometimes it's at the point that you feel like they're getting something and they're starting.
This is one of the things that always drives me so nuts, because just like leftists like to eliminate people from history, they all forget that Peter Boghossian is the person who came up with street epistemology and act like Anthony Magnavasco was the guy who came it up. Anthony Magnavasco ripped it off from Peter Boghossian and then canceled Peter Boghossian.
Like, to make progress, that you want to keep going and keep pushing, and often that first breakthrough is the time to actually withdraw and pull back and let them work that out. Yeah, difficult to do, but
yeah, don't push them too much. You want them to contemplate. You want them to sit with this thing of like, oh, I hadn't considered that before. Whoa, that is gold. And stop right there. Just let them continue. That is gold when you do that.
But I think that's the thing with why street epistemology. It's called street epistemology because it's involved like typically working with strangers, people you don't know. And so I think back to what the the three things that you just listed about stakes and about identity. I think there's a reason why, or I've not seen street epistemology work very well with high emotions or high stakes or just again like with this identity or with people like in your own family. It's extremely difficult to do street epistemology about something you care about, period, but especially like with people that you know very well. So I guess I did want to put that out there. Those things still are at play here, and I think they really do prevent even skilled communicators from being able to meet goals that they can sometimes with strangers.
Absolutely. Okay, so with all that being said, I'm going to give you kind of the things to remember up front. We're going to go over in more detail later, but just if you remember nothing else, people have good reasons to believe whatever it is that you're talking about. I don't care if it's a conspiracy theory. I don't care if you think it's completely against.
I wasn't there that night, but I watched a 5-hour debate of Jared trying to get this into your head, Maven. So this is one of the things, John, of like how it's not so easy to change your minds, and like I guess unless you come at them from a different angle, but.
Yeah, well,
reality.
She totally takes this in the dumbest way possible, because, like, yeah,
because I'm wrong in that. At first, I was listening to this. I'm like, he just talked past the sale with her, and it's just already there, and she just has to. But no, she comes back and pushes back on it, and I actually have the clip of that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. She just takes this as like. Oh yeah, you're right. People have what to them is a good reason to believe the things that they believe. You're right. Street epistemology, all this stuff, and the goal is to get them to be correct, like me.
Yeah.
I want to like, if I'm in a debate, I would like to persuade people, obviously, but good hell, I don't know. There's just something so. Dogmatic about the way Maven sees. It's like she's achieved enlightenment.
Yep.
We're all striving for Mavenhood.
We're all trying to arrive at, and she's not even like aware, because he even points out to her at one time or another in here that when she was going on a mission, wasn't she positive that she already had everything right? And she was like, "Yep."
Yeah. Good thing I actually do now.
Yeah, I guess what I didn't think when I was going on a mission, maybe like I for sure didn't think. I for sure was in heavy doubt of if I was doing the right thing or had everything right.
Yeah, I freaked out my companions on my mission, because I'd be like, I talked the president gave. He told us not to question things, but didn't Joseph Smith question things? And isn't that how? They're like, Elder, we need to pray. Okay.
I don't care if you think it's a destructive belief. Remember that whatever that belief or position is, they have a good to them reason for that. And you have to understand and be able to validate that before you engage, or you're going to do more harm than good. This is the hardest one for me, is you can't copy and paste your reasons. Every individual resonates with different values.
Does she do worse at number 2 or number 1?
Number 1.
And she for sure copy pastes her, like saying it's just misogyny and it's just for, hey, is her copy pasting her reasons into everything that.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that like if we were to talk to her about this, she'd be like, "Oh yeah, you have a good reason to be pro-life, and the good reason to you is misogyny. To you, that's a good reason."
Like she'd try to give it an answer. It's like, you think misogyny is good, so that's
Yeah, when I was listening to this,
it's not misogyny.
I wonder what Maven's thinking about right now, and I know that if she was thinking about my wife, she'd be like, "Oh, the internalized misogyny, the patriarchy. That's a good reason for her to believe. No, a good reason for her to believe that is because she has fucking babies, and she thinks that the clump of cells in her stomach right now that's constantly moving around and kicking and has a heartbeat and sucks on his thumb and grabs his toes and scratches his nuts is a human. Maybe that's her good reason. Maybe she's wrong about that. Maybe it's not a human, but she thinks it is."
I'm going to jump ahead to where she starts pushing back on already, because those are just the things, and she's just kind of accepting them right there. But those are just already him saying to her the stuff that our whole debate was about, or your whole debate was about, and it did not go well for us. And I commented on this saying that we tried this and it did not go well with
like we can absolutely look at history where like I did none of those things. I went against those SOBs and I created this change. That is totally coexists with what I'm saying. I'm just saying what works for the overwhelming majority of one-on-one interactions.
Can I share some more resistance? And I think this kind of agrees a little bit with what Jeannie was just saying. And to kind of bring Mormonism into this more or less, there was like a Relief Society, like a sister to sister BYU Women's Conference talk or something. It's been covered before. It was a question and answer session. One of the questions was something about feeling disrespected or not listened to by priesthood leaders and how to deal with that. And the answers were really kind of gross. I think very very much upholding the patriarchy, and it was all this kind of thing of like, well, are you the problem? And and it growing up in the church, no matter what, with a difference of opinion with a man, like as a woman, you're automatically in the wrong position. And we're automatically trained to question ourselves and question our narrative, or even when we know we're right, to still ultimately fall in line with the man who is over us because he's in charge. And the idea is always that if there is a change that we want to affect, that we got to be like more sweet and more kind and more attentive and more all of these things. And I guess where my distaste is in reading these kinds of things or trying to get into how to have these proper conversations is it starts to feel very familiar to me in this regard. And I don't think that they work. And I think there's a lot of cost in trying to do that. I think there are times when it's appropriate, but I feel that overall, I feel that most women in Mormonism have been harmed by this idea because we're the only ones who were majorly expected to act this way, whereas this was not the expectation for men to act this way. And it happens between them too, like in hierarchy, because if you're lower in the hierarchy, it is the same thing. But when we're talking gender-wise, it's just a complete split. The women do not ever at any point have any authority over a man beyond the age of a boy, actually, beyond the age of 11 now, or usually 12 historically. And so, yeah, so I don't know. So I feel like, and I feel like we see this politically too. I feel like the left has been trying to portray these principles a lot more than the right has. And, there's always been trying to bridge the divide, trying to have these conversations, trying to find middle ground. But at the end of the day, the other side doesn't value those things. They don't want to find common ground. They just want to win. And so when you're the position that you're trying to be kinder to them, you're trying to do all these extra nice things to them when they don't feel the same in return, it seems like they come to just expect that and feel entitled to that. And so when they get this niceness, or when they get somebody who's willing to engage with them honestly, even though they're not being honestly, they're being treated with the benefit of the doubt, that we think in our minds that by doing this for them, they'll want to reciprocate. And there is a tendency for that if you're equal, but but not if they're already in a position of authority and that they're above you, then yeah, there is no reciprocation. And so you just lose more ground, more and more ground, because you're giving it up as you're going along the way. And I mean, that's what I feel like I've seen. And I'm tired, Kendall. I don't want to do it anymore. Even if maybe there's a chance this is the best way to do it. I'm tired and I'm angry. Honestly, I'm angry at having to put on this sweet face and sweet voice to be listened to when they're not going to listen anyway. So why not just yell? Why not just say, fuck you, and why not just say look, you're not being honest. I'm going to call you out on this, and you don't have good motives. I'm going to call out what your real motives are. Because that's the thing too. I know when I was in the church, I thought I had a good motive for going on a mission. I thought I'm bringing the gospel to the world, right? But I really wasn't. I may have thought that, but that was not true ever. In reality, even though it was true in my mind.
Okay, can I interrupt you right there? Yeah. That's a good example. I want to validate 97% of what you said earlier. Okay. It's all so
you fucked up, buddy.
Just in this moment, I want to take you to that point in time. You were going on a mission. You were convinced that you had all these good reasons to go, but you now know the reality is a lot more mixed. But my question is, if someone confronted you directly and called you out, what effect would that have had? Most likely,
I would have disagreed.
Yeah,
I mean,
you would have been more entrenched.
I don't know if I would have been more entrenched, honestly, than I already
This
was.
whole podcast is about changing minds, but she's going on this rant saying, "But I want to yell at them because I'm tired."
I'm
Like,
tired. Okay, but what's she tired of? She says, "I'm tired of putting on a sweet face and a sweet voice, and and just treating people nicely." I have literally never seen you do that until this week with Michelle Brady Stone.
I love how she always just talks about. I mean, we've gone on endlessly that women's voices don't count. You never hear them. Never, not just Michelle Stone, but for her, unless men in the ex-Mormon world fall in line, like unless they fall in line with the message, you are not going to be heard, Maven. You have no chance to get on the shows that you're getting on. But you just being a crying little girl, you will get on every show everywhere forever.
You know how many times you've gone on an unhinged, insane, nonsensical rant, and people in the chant are just like, "Ooh, mic drop, Maven." That's, dare I say, female privilege. And I love that justification. It's just so much special pleading. She's like nodding along to everything he says, and then she's like, "Well, except for when I do it, right? Like when I get yelly and stuff, it's justified because of the power hierarchy, right?"
Yeah, but this whole entire thing is it's got the baked in thing that it's, if you want to change minds, try this because it will be more effective. And I don't think the guy is wrong about it. It's just the general thing. Even ourselves, like we're going up and like trying to talk to people to change minds. We know we're not always changing minds. Just like Jacob and people will talk about in the debate world, we know we're not going to actually change the mind of the person we're debating with,
Well,
But
so I would love to go over this with her, because in her discussion with Morgan before they like actually started recording, she told Morgan that she's like, "Yeah, Jared was in bad faith coming at this or whatever." But and I would like to go over these laws of safety, and I would like her to tell me which one of these laws that I violated in my discussion with her. Right, like the go slow, be Socrates, be interested, be safe, speak
that
from
was
their
you.
side.
The one thing I could see is that a Flip came in.
Yeah, no,
the Flip coming in like a side.
Flip's just like, "I'm fucking done with it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not treating you with kid gloves." But
He got to the "I'm tired, I'm not going to do this." He got to what Maven is, when she even noticed herself that she sees a lot of herself in Flip when they just go, "I'm tired of this. I've been dealing with this my whole life. I'm not going to play this game anymore."
But I'm like, I even told her, I was like, I don't think that you do. Like, I don't think that you're pro-choice because you like killing babies. I think that you're pro-choice because, like, of the things that you say. They're the reasons that you say that you're pro-choice. And like, I feel like I'm using a lot of your language, because if I was using my language, I'd say pro-baby killing. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Like, I did this stuff and you did none of it. Anytime you said pro-life, you said it in either air quotes or so-called pro-life.
Yeah. One of the things that I think that's tough with all these, like how to have good conversations, or then how to do the Socratic method and all that stuff, I've always said since the beginning that if you're doing it with somebody who also knows how to do it, or knows that that's what you're doing, you can't do it. You have to like cut the shit and just get straight with each other, because it's kind of like if two missionaries know the commitment pattern, and then suddenly one of them's trying to use it on you because he doesn't like that you didn't put the mayonnaise away. You'll just be really quickly be like, "I will stab you with the mayonnaise knife, fella."
Oh, God. Oh, man, this is bringing up flashbacks.
I remember right before I went on my mission, my older brother had just gotten back off of his. And I remember there was some sort of argument I had with my mom, and then my brother talked to me and like talked me down from it. And then right when I got into the NTC, he commitment patterned me. Like it dawned on me. I was like, "That asshole!" Like I realized it.
Don't be like, you realize that was racist, right? Like obviously. But
that's a good point. That's difficult for me to do, because I mean, when it's obvious to me that something is racist or sexist, that it almost sometimes bothers me when people push back against it, when it seems so obvious to me that, again, it comes into, it gives me this feeling of they're trying to play games with me, and I don't appreciate that. And they might not be. I will say, again, I don't think I'm always the best judge of this anymore, if I ever was, but at least I kind of recognize that that I have this tendency when and one of them would be like in pro-life stuff. I want to, pro-life is, I think, backed by data. I absolutely feel that I can back this up very well, that it is always a misogynist take. There's no such thing as a pro-woman or a pro-feminist, pro-life take, just inherently, like a married bachelor. But while I know that, and it's very clear to me, other people don't know that. And I remember the first few times I got pushback on it when people wanted to say that it wasn't sexist, it was just immediate turnoff for me, because it's like, okay, now you're playing games with me. Now you're trying to.
She's coming back at it. She's pushing all the way back and saying there's no such thing as a non-misogynist pro-life.
Yeah, he's like, people have good reasons to believe what they believe, and she's like, well, except these people, right?
No.
Hey,
like, play word games, and
you see what she's got in the background there, to the left of her head, our left.
Books and brain.
She's got read. No, to the left, our left of her head.
The Russian dolls.
Yeah, she's got the Russian nesting dolls.
Is that bad?
Do you remember? I think I told you about it, that she used those as the most condescending object lesson in her discussion with Morgan and Marty.
Oh, yeah.
She grabbed it and she's like, well, see, here's what it is.
That hasn't come out yet, right?
No, I don't think they put it out, but she picked up that nesting doll and she's like, this is the big nesting doll and this is the little nesting doll. And when you put the little nesting doll in the big nesting doll, they're all just one, And I think her entire pro-choice stance is based on object permanence. She's like, it's just gone. See, it's not there. It's the same thing. It's wild. I'm being a dick. That's not totally what she was saying, but it was just like she was talking to a fucking 4-year-old.
Yeah. I don't remember how long of this clip
I wonder if one of his methodologies in here said, speak to your opponent like they're fucking retarded.
Make something sound like it isn't what it is. And because we get that a lot from the church,
That's one of the problems with any one of these methodologies. Because I mentioned them, like the very first time I went on with Jonathan Streeter, we were talking about Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay's How to Have Impossible Conversations book, which is a book just like this book, whatever the one he's reading, Changing Minds, which is the and I think it's kind of funny because James Lindsay's become so terrible. He just got to the point of just being frustrated with it too. Like, I'm not arguing with these people. Fuck you, all that sorts of stuff. But Boghossian still does like a little bit better with it, which he just came out with a video with the W-Path researcher that Michael Schellenberger used to go over Michael Knowles' review of the Jubilee trans debate. And maybe we'll get to that because we're going to go into the biology stuff because Maven posted her biology thing on Mormon Stories, which Jonathan Streeter was... I was going to say the word unceremoniously, or it wasn't either one, but he was put through a struggle session. He was put through a bishop's interview of asking if he should be posting such things on Mormon Stories. And then Maven was just allowed to do it because women are treated different, Maven.
When the church wants to say like that we treat women better or there's more equality with us than any other religion, when it's just like, okay, there's clearly not. Like, I don't even want to give you the satisfaction of taking you seriously, even like hypothetically.
So on that sort of thing, like, I can just agree with her though too. It's not like Mormon. Do I think women are mistreated in the Mormon church? I mean, we have our long running thing that like women everywhere, just because they are strong-willed and hard-headed, and guys are such pushovers, they take their dominant roles in the wards that we grew up in and the people that we knew around them. But a lot of that was those dominant women taking those roles over, right? I do think it is probably true that the Mormon church, the way it is set up, is that it's supposed to be patriarchal. We just know it doesn't play out that whole lot. It plays out a lot more like the Elvis song, like the hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, type stuff.
Oh, yeah, she talks about how Mormon women are mistreated in the church. I'm like, on paper, yes, it's a patriarchy.
On paper and up at the top levels, like I think, however David Bednar is,
yeah,
that's what every single woman in the ex-Mormon world assumes every single male in the ex-Mormon.
I didn't like David Bednar even when I was on my mission.
You didn't even like him then?
No, I didn't like him then.
He didn't come around until long after I was out, so I didn't even really notice him like the first.
Well,
like who's the most recent guys? Do you notice them?
Oh shit!
That's how Bednar was for me for 10
Yeah,
years.
the last one for me was Anderson. He was the last apostle to be called before I went out. So I remember a couple of them. There's like Gong, and I remember the two guys right after Anderson, but I can't remember their names now. I don't pay much attention to him. But no, Bednar was always a dick. Like you could just tell he's a robotic dick. But
some of the stuff that's been coming about, like I don't know if you've noticed, there's been some videos of it coming out of him like chastising congregations and stuff for how they're acting in the word room or how they're singing or if they're standing or they're not standing. And I don't know, it's firsthand descriptions of people, but I think I tend to believe them. Like that, I listen.
Oh, I absolutely believe him. Like if you tell me Bednar is a dick, I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, that checks out. I mean, we had a whole mission video where he is explaining how he felt like the missionaries were spending too much time at his house when he would have them over for lunch. And the way he described it made it sound like maybe they were there an extra 15, 20 minutes longer than they should be or something. And they asked him, do you have anyone to refer us to? And he said, why would I refer anyone to you guys? You guys aren't like doing it right. You know,
oh my gosh, he did that.
He's a cunt. But the real thing that got me was my favorite Mormon apostle will probably always be Richard G. Scott. It's just the way he talked about his wife.
Yeah.
It's just he always referred to her by her first name. He's got a couple of talks. I will still listen to his talks about his wife.
He didn't get remarried too.
No, he didn't. Like I feel like I never want to learn about his real life because I know I'm going to be fucked up by it. But he was a romantic to me. Like he loved his wife and it's this beautiful love story. And he's just telling stories about her and tearing up. And it felt like real tears of, I love this woman. And then you get Bednar and he's like, me and Sister Bednar are pleased to be here today. Sister Bednar? This is your wife.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be with her forever.
I wish I could remember the way some
people
do
by her first fucking name.
He had some sort of quote that made it sound like he's not like crazy attracted to her either. And stuff
I vaguely remember that. I don't know. Yeah. Bednar's a twat.
But he's had the other stuff that's on tape of like the way he'll bark at people. I mean, even the way he discussed the concept of free will, free agency, and then even if I kind of like give him some, okay, I'll give you credence for the thing that you're trying to talk about here, but the way you're delivering it still has some snarky stink on it, you know what I mean? Like you're the big boss man or something like that. But
yeah.
But
anyway, what we were saying
they assume every single guy in the Mormon church like that, and 98% of the I met a few guys like that. There was a few dudes in the ward who had 8 kids and they marched around, and that guy totally seemed like a Bednar with them, and nobody ever really hung out with them or knew them anyway because they weren't that type of people. They were too busy marching for the kingdom or whatever. I saw a few of those. 98% of the rest of them were hard-headed woman, so hard man.
Yeah.
You know,
they were cucked, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
I do have that tendency, but I do think, and I just can't tell the difference really anymore right now, between people I think who do deep down know that that's true, and others who really genuinely can't see it, and one's like, how is this misogynistic? Where is misogyny? Like, I really don't see it. So it's, explain it, like you're saying, explain it in a way for them to be able to see it, rather than just labeling it as I see it and then just moving on from there. I tend to do that. I'll throw out.
I saw it, Maven. I saw it in 3 guys of literally thousands of words. Like, I'm thinking of ones. I probably saw some more. I'm blocking them out. You know what I mean? But 3 guys that I'm thinking off the top of my head were pretty Bednar-y out of, I must have seen thousands of families.
I know. I'm trying to think of a single guy in my home ward growing up that I think was a rule with an iron fist patriarch. And I off the top of my head, I can't.
I can think 2 from my young ward when I was a young kid, and then like 1 from just like the larger stake that I knew was kind of that way. And
well, sexism, misogyny. Yeah.
I think like in my high school, there's some guys that I might have seen their dad once or twice, and I could go, I bet he's like that. You know, a couple of them, and that's it. Like the rest of them, you could tell were all
simps.
How my dad was with his wife. Yeah.
Yeah,
I forgot. Like one of the biggest parts of being safe, and this requires a lot of us. It's really not fair. Like I know I'm asking a lot of us and our audience and each of us as individuals to apply this. It's really not even close to fair. Like not even. But one of the things is, if you can really try to, whatever facts you have, like pro-life is misogyny, like make that argument in a different way such that it's all from their point of view. Start from their values and make your.
This guy's trying his best, you know what I mean? And I disagree with him that his assumption that they still need to learn to be okay with abortion or something to be better people is not the correct thing. But at least he's trying to come at it in a decent way. Well, I think he lands on the assumption that these guys have like all the right presuppositions politically, you know?
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. Is he? He's just trying to play nice because I want to talk to this guy now.
Or to help her. But I did ask him to come on. I asked him to come on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw that actually. This is funny. Rando in the chat said that Bednar called his wife Martin Harris for wanting to tell her children about him being called as an apostle, but was told no multiple times by Hinckley. What a cunt. Oh my
God. Some of the recent stories that people haven't heard, I think you can. Exmo Lex has been accumulating them. Those have been her only videos I've watched lately. But one was like people were waiting in line to see him after a fast and testimony meeting, and it kind of got loud because the people were chit chatting with each other. And then he noticed them all online, so he got up to the speaker and he said, "Brothers and sisters, when the spirit goes, as do I." And he marched out the other side.
Oh Christ!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And then he had another one where they were singing in the congregation, and he said he got up and said, "You all sound like a bunch of unhappy, whatever. You're gonna need to sing with some exuberance, like sing as if you're happy, or singing this song as if it was like a jury thing or something like that." And so he went and sat back down, and then one of the men in the front stood up to sing while they were singing. And then he ran back up to the front of the thing and says, "You do not stand up. You do not stand up if the apostle's not standing. If the apostle's standing, you take your cue from what the apostle's doing or not." And that's
the funniest part. That dude's gonna be the prophet for a long time.
It's always a crapshoot because they get so old. Like everybody thought out of Down H Oaks, and now he's getting so old. And then he's still 10 years. He's still 10 years younger than Russell Nilsson, but he could die tomorrow. I mean, Gene Hackman just died today, you know, he's 96.
Well, I think I guess it depends on how long Uchtdorf lived. Uchtdorf is the next apostle up from Bednar, and I think he's like 15 years older than Bednar.
Is it 15?
I
thought it was 10, but I was going to say, if you think about it, Nilsson and
Oaks are 10.
Nilsson and Oaks are about 10, yeah.
But he's still in his 80s, so yeah, you're right. I don't know, but Nilsson is living an abnormally long time.
Yeah, he lived crazy long because I don't think many other got up to 100. I don't think many others got much over 90, you know. I think Oaks is surprisingly old right now but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Forever when I was young, it was always like, it's going to be Thomas S. Monson forever. And then when he got there, he was pretty quickly Joe Biden-y in the brain and stuff. And then I mean, he was there for several years, but half of it he was a bit out of it, you know.
Yeah, Rando mentioned Jonathan's video on the Mormon women's stand. He's got a good video from a few years back about Bednar being a twat.
Oh, really? There's that one. I think it was somebody else entirely, but that guy about everybody must stand for the person, and so then he walks back in so the people stand up, and he has his other people running in front of him and make sure everybody's standing up for the apostle, for the general authority or something like that.
I think the Jonathan one was like he like made it like a golf announcer thing or something.
Yeah, he was announcing on the one where the guy was running around to.
It was funny as shit.
Yeah.
Argument purely based on the way they.
Well, anyway, he said that there's somewhere in here where he talks about like the banned books, right? And I was trying to find it, but he was kind of assuming that there it is.
They're with you, and I've made this mistake more and more times than I can count. But I'm here to tell you that just the research says that if you maintain that posture, you will more likely do more harm then good. That's just how we react as humans.
I'm really wondering.
This is one.
But wait, am I an exception to the rule? Please tell me that I'm different.
Yeah. There's somewhere in it where he started talking about the banned books, and so I said, okay, well, if you have like this way of talking, come on and talk to us about the banned books and explain it to us from our framework why those bannings weren't banned. And it also brings up the deal that most of these guys never know that California banned books. Like California banned To Kill a Mockingbird because it said the N-word. And I saw somebody in our comments just mention that Wade was saying that the Idaho teacher didn't know how to read Huckleberry Finn to a black kid in the class. But California banned.
Wade in my school, we had one black kid in my class too when I was in elementary school. Anyway, go on.
Well, I mean, it's just that those books did get a book banning. There it is.
My only response to that is can you do both? Like my example with the book banning conversation. Like I could show them that clearly there's bans purely on ideological lines. Like here's the evidence, but I didn't do that. I was like, well, if this evidence existed, would you be interested?
Yeah, and I do think that's probably the best way.
So I commented to him like, come show us, like come street epistemology us about the banned books, please.
On ideological lines, I feel like most of the books that I've heard like illustrate a blowjob. You know, I'm like, okay, is your ideology based on head? Because okay, fine, it's on ideological lines.
Yeah.
I think that your ideology of blowjobs should not be illustrated for kids.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go now to the other banning, the banning that never happens. One of the other things that you say with that guy is like, I used to ask people on Facebook all the time, like, I can't believe they're banning books. And I go, I'm going to post a picture on here right now. And I would like somebody else, I don't know how I'm going to communicate to you that Facebook banned me from posting the picture. So I will be removed from here summarily after I show you what this picture shows. Sorry that the public school is banning the book that I can't show you on Facebook or I get banned. You know. So Maven made this post this week. If you or someone you know is confused about words mean like sex or gender or feel compelled, would you read that? I got to run the rest.
If you or someone else you know is confused about what words mean like sex or gender, or feel compelled to misrepresent themselves as biology experts with no more education on the subject than 5th grade. Wait a minute. 5th grade? Did you stop at 5th grade? Okay. Many decades ago. Or who are so confused they can't help but constantly ask in random videos on the internet if transgenderism is real, regardless of the relevance of the topic of the video. Or have a weird obsession with challenging people to debates on the subject despite fitting all of the above. Send them this link of an actual biologist. Forrest Valkai is a charming, knowledgeable scientist and educator who is very good at explaining and breaking down complicated concepts of biology in an engaging and easy-to-understand manner for us lay people, whether your intellectual abilities ever move beyond 5th grade or not. I love the 5th grade thing. The condescension here. We talk about this all the time. The difference between, introductory and advanced biology. It's always introductory biology just says, well, there's boys and there's girls. Your chromosome in the sperm usually has an SRY gene if it's on the Y chromosome, and that usually determines the sex, and then that's it. And then the advanced biology always says, yeah, all that stuff is completely the opposite of true.
Yeah, so she put this up, and Jonathan glommed onto it first and posted this post.
I've had posts of mine deleted for having different takes on this issue, and I've been told that I'm no longer welcome to voice my opinions here. I have a BS in biology, and I'm a medical doctor. Ooh, credentials.
Credentialism.
You got to play the game, I guess. There are things that are biological realities and things that are the result of subjective experiences and understood through ideological lenses. Figuring out which parts of this issue stem from those perspectives is key. I haven't watched the video yet. I'll definitely check it out. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah. Did you already read the comments of these guys? Like, I don't think Oaks will be in for long. He will be a hold the line and fortress type of guy, I think.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I don't think Oaks will last super long. He's not looking quite as good as Nilsson did at his age.
I just saw a video from Nemo where Nemo was pointing out that his hand was shaking pretty bad in his most recent video. But I can't believe Nilsson's still kicking it.
I know.
So you got through the Jonathan one here, right? Thanks.
Yeah.
So I typed up a snarky one and then I said, pull back. I always have to do that like any single time because Jonathan likes to remain respectful and tries to remain respectful and proper in these conversations. And I always come in acting a dickhead, So I pulled back and retyped it, just trying to remove the snark. And I just said, I was going to post snark, but changed my tune. I simply want to chime in and say that the double standards of Mormon stories are over the top. I looked it up and had to dig, but this guy apparently just has his master's in anthropology. I think Risto dug on that, and I guess he's currently also earning some sort of master's in biology somewhere. And calls himself a biologist because he is a YouTube commentator on biology. If you go to any of his top pages or pro pages, all he says is he's a communicator on biology. That's all he is. So no credentials or anything like that. And I said, I'm sure if I posted anything in here from Colin Wright of Reality's Last Stand or other details from Brett Weinstein and Heather Hang or even Richard Dawkins, all biology educators with PhDs and beyond, I'd get censored.
Did I tell you I found out why Colin Wright is cringe?
Why?
Seth let us know that Colin Wright is cringe because he doesn't know the difference between sex and gender.
Is that why?
Yep, that's why he's cringe.
No, he does not. Like Colin Wright knows that stuff in and out. He's been in long debates with people who try to make those arguments.
Are you trying to tell me that Seth misinformed me?
He misinformed you, yes.
Oh my God.
Colin Wright was there for the whole entire debate between Peter Boghossian and Rationality Rules. And they did like 3 days of stuff?
Well, Colin Wright was the debate. Peter Boghossian was just the moderator. I remember thinking that was the most annoying thing in the world what he was doing, but it was like I get it. I really get it. And it was really effective. That was the Peter Boghossian's thing where he would stop them like every 3 sentences and get them to define a term. It's like, I want you to define this term, and then I want you to define this term, and then I want you to reiterate what his definition is and you to do the same.
He was making everybody a street epistemology, each other.
Yeah, it was tedious as fuck, but
it was long as hell too.
Very effective.
And no, Seth, Colin is not foreign to your arguments. And he is a biology PhD and educator.
What in the shit am I looking at?
This is the guy from the video.
No, I know that. I'm talking about that other picture.
Oh, I just snuck this in here. I shouldn't have, but the Mormons love to go into like recent sex crimes the ex-Mormons love to slip in sex crimes by the ex-Mormons more than want. This is a gender diversity activist who has been sent his life in prison for performing castrating surgeries in the home and streaming the footage as pornography. The eunuch maker was also convicted of creating child sexual abuse. Anyway, I wanted to get into this guy's video, and I'm not going to show like the whole thing or anything like that. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. I listened to the whole entire thing. Introduction, understanding biology, sex, which what do you think he does in this portion right here? We can kind of look. There's penguins. There's birds. Remember us playing the songs, Human Beings Aren't Clownfish. Human Beings Aren't Clownfish. Talking about all the biology in the world, lizards. Oh, we can even get into bacteria. Bacteria have thousands of genders, supposedly. That's also a misnomer.
You know how there's something that might not be inherently douchey, but when enough douches do it, you're like, I can't do that anymore. I feel like if we ever hit like massive success somehow and got one of those YouTube plaques, I'd be like, please don't hang it in the background.
He's got one over there. I didn't even notice that. Like, I don't notice those things. So, and he goes into like the diversity in the sexes, and then the bimodal, the distributions, and the spectrums and mannerisms, and then getting into hormones and anatomical sex, and talking about all the different things that might be different anomalies. But
okay, am I misunderstanding? Am I misunderstanding statistics here when I say that a spectrum and a bimodal distribution are two different things?
Yeah, a spectrum is one distribution.
Yeah,
and a bimodal distribution is two different distributions.
yeah. No, I'm
So
always
it's a binary.
he's making. So he's trying to make the claim that sex is a spectrum, and then he shows how it's bimodally distributed.
Mhm.
So it's not a spectrum.
It's a spectrum on the binary spectrums. It's two binaries that the two spectrums on. But no, I mean, that's the type of stuff that they're not doing because where is it even argued here that penguins or clownfish have anything to do with what human sexuality is?
No,
I'm going to get into that.
I don't even pay attention to that when they try that. They're like, "Did you know that actually alligators? Their sex is dictated by the incubation temperature of the eggs." Like, okay, cool. Now do humans.
Yeah. I know I've beaten this to death before, but I need to beat it to the ground once again. I even thought about trying to do a whole entire 3 hours on this thing, but I will just do a couple minutes because I got ChatGPT to help me out. And my argument to Maven and Seth is that this guy, his name is Forrest. Sorry, Forrest, for sharing that name. It's like Velkai or something like that.
Yeah, you got this cringe merchant stealing your clout.
Yeah, that's why I loved this. I posted this after Seth called him cringe. I'm like, this is this is your guy. I got that from Reese though. But I asked ChatGPT, what are the general beats of a book by Michel Foucault? And I've tried to tell this to everybody several times. And my argument is that YouTube video, as so many others as I've seen, if you listen to any sort of activist give a diatribe, they give a Foucault. They do a Foucault. It sounds like giving a fuck, right? Give a Foucault. I don't give it. They give a Foucault. They do a Foucault. I'm going to pull just this up because I always pull this up again. This is not a science argument. It is a humanities argument. It is a humanities paper. He did a humanities paper on gender theory, or as we call it, queer theory nowadays. And here, once again, according to several sources, Michel Foucault is widely considered the most cited scholar in the humanities, with a significant number of citations on Google Scholar, blah, 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 blah. Look down here. The second most is Judith Butler. That's the world we're living in here, folks.
Oh.
But we're not just talking about these people because it's some weird, obscure people who make our points for us. But the beats of a book by Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault's books, and he's got probably 20 of them, and each one of them, well, I guess I'll get into it right here. Do you want to read it?
Sure. Michel Foucault's books generally follow a structure that reflects his archaeological and genealogical methods. While each work has unique content, the beats, or intellectual moves, it typically follows are 1. Introduction of a central problem. Foucault begins by identifying a taken-for-granted concept like madness, punishment, sexuality, knowledge, and questioning its historical development.
Gender.
Yeah.
Watch this video. So once again, as we go through this, if anybody wants to take the hour and 40 minutes, hold up these Michel Foucault beats next to this hour and 40-minute thing and watch the progression of the video.
Shit, I like that. I want you to send me a screenshot of this after. Yeah, I like that. Identifying a taken for granted concept.
Yeah.
He critiques how traditional histories and dominant discourses have framed the subject.
Watch the video. Watch the video.
2. Archaeology, uncovering the historical discourses. He traces how a concept or institution has been constructed across different historical periods. This involves analyzing shifts in language, categorization, and epistemic structures, what is considered true in different eras.
This is the joke that we make when we do our Chris Hansen and Michel Foucault skit, where I start throwing out, and these are often dubious. They're not real historical situations. He makes them up. He's been called out on making them up. And then he says, well, that's fine because all history is made up.
What a guy. 3. Genealogy, power and its effects. He moves beyond discourse to explore how power operates through institutions, social norms, and practices. He examines how power produces knowledge and vice versa, often using case studies, e.g., asylums, prisons, clinics, sexuality. Prisons.
The prisons. There's a joke we've brought up the meme before of like the stand-up comedian Bird saying something's
Boo!
a prison.
Get more
Another guy
material.
boos him. Yeah, boo, get new material. And then he looks down and everything is just sexuality is a prison, science is a prison, clinics are a prison. But this also gets into a thing that I call what you see in modern feminist theory or modern queer theory or anything is their conspiracy theory. They always get into a thing that this is a conspiracy being put down top to bottom on us. It's a conspiracy theory being put on us by the institutions. Usually they will blame capitalism, usually by religion or capitalism. They got together and came up with this way to force these categories and constructs and ideas down upon us that better serve capitalism and religious control. It wasn't an emergent evolutionary thing or for the religious people a God divine thing. It was a conspiracy theory to control the masses put together by the people in power.
Queer-anon, if you will.
Yeah.
All right. Number 4, the role of institutions and disciplines. He shows how systems of control, law, medicine, psychiatry, education, etc., emerge to regulate individuals and populations. Concepts like discipline, biopolitics, and governmentality illustrate how power is embedded in everyday life.
Yeah, and biopolitics is his word. Anytime he says biopower or biopolitics, that's just where he starts talking about the science comes in and the science becomes oppressive. and the politics of like saying that men and women should not be competing in sports against each other is oppressive. When you see that word bio in front of the word politics or bio in front of the word power, you are dealing with a Foucauldian. If you see the word discourse around the situation, you are dealing with a Foucauldian.
Oh, McClellan.
Yep. You hear the word discourse. Oh, what's the discourse? Let's talk about the discourse. You're dealing with Foucauldian.
Number 5, subjectivity and resistance. He explores how individuals are shaped by, and sometimes resist, the discourses and structures imposed on them. Later works emphasize technologies of the self, ways people modify their own behavior within power systems.
Yep.
Man, ChatGPT's being harsh right here. Number 6, conclusions. No finality, just further questions. Foucault rarely offers a solution, but rather destabilizes assumptions, leaving the reader to reconsider how knowledge, power, and subjectivity function. His work often ends with an invitation for further critique and analysis, rather than a definitive theory. That's funny, because the one big thing he did seem to have a solution on is the question of the age of consent.
Yeah, but that was outside of his book. But this is our long-running joke that we've said forever is just the who's to say, who's to say, who's to say, what's to say. That's that in so many descriptions. And watch this video. Watch any there. We've shown the channel before of that kid who reads some sort of queer agenda into every single movie. I've even forgotten the name of the channel. ContraPoints. Watch a ContraPoints video. They all follow this exact thesis. They're like chat GPTs for Foucault. And if you go to the University Humanities departments and read anything in the past 40 years, you will read Foucault papers. I have a technically published Foucault paper. I wrote a Foucault paper on the Burlador de Seville, the trickster of Seville. And the whole thing is about how the institutions are trying to get him to play within the lines and all that sorts of stuff. But the weird thing is like the way they love this, like, well, who's to say, what's to say? Maybe we can find better, more possible, freer futures. And that's a little bit where you get like the postmodern coming in, because these guys were Marxists and they obviously still believed in Marxism. And you'll get somebody who tries to throw sand in your eyes and say they're not still Marxists, because all they did was want to deconstruct the old system. But they were all obvious Marxists. The Gramscians all thought that if we went and tear down and replace these systems, obvious Marxism would fall in line, because that's what utopian things do. If you make the space for them, they will fall in. You can watch that video and it's beat by beat of Foucault, but just watch the summary thing of it right here. You'll see the who's to say, what's to say,
challenging them so that we can better understand the complex ways in which individuals can identify with, express, or socially experience gender. The reality is that sex and gender are far from clean-cut concepts. We're still learning all the pieces that go into sex
More study,
determination,
more study.
as well as where gender even comes from, let alone what it actually is.
Who's to
We should
say
expect to have
what to
better,
say?
more accurate, and more productive understandings of these things sooner rather than later. But as for right now, as is so often the case in science, especially biology, it's less about getting clear-cut answers and more about asking bigger and better questions. It's about recognizing the assumptions that we're making, sometimes the ones we don't even realize that we're making, and challenging them so that we can better understand nature in its own language. That may sound daunting, but handling concepts with no simple definitions or with context-dependent definitions,
Derrida, or Foucault, like what's the difference? Oh, it's constructed by power.
Requires precisely the kind of special care and specific reasoning tools that, as I mentioned earlier, we're used to in biology. Turning old models on their heads and forcing us to dramatically change the way that we think about the entire world is the story of science. It's what science is best at. And in the meantime, the least that we could do is try to tidy up our language. If you've taken nothing else away from this conversation, you should have at least picked up on the fact that even what you might call normal is a massively diverse group.
It's a queer theory concept. Don't say things are normal. You know. Whereas, is it normal to have 10 fingers? Is it normal does a human hand have 5 fingers?
The number of digits on human hands falls on a spectrum. It's I understand that 99.9% of the data lands on 10 digits on the hands, but the outliers that go from 0 to 13 constitute a spectrum.
A vast array, and who's to say what's to say? And we could have a wider, more loving, open idea of to what a hand could be. And who's to say that a shovel is also not a hand? It is an appendage that adds on to a hand. And we're going to have to rethink these things as we get into the transhumanist era of what a hand is. And don't say what a normal hand is, because we're going to be having all sorts of bionic hands and peg hands, Krusty Krab hands, and
peg hands.
I want peg hands.
No, I always I like that example because Forrest was talking in the chat that bimodal is still technically a spectrum or whatever. And the thing is, I kind of reject the idea that sex is bimodal. Like so the definition often used of sex by like people like Colin Wright is like the like male is the half of the human species that is of the function to produce small gametes, basically. And 49.9% of the population falls on that. And then 50% of the population falls on large gametes. So you got these two, it's not even bimodal, it's binary. You got two things where 99.9% of the data falls on either X or Y, and you got some weird variants, some outliers. And that doesn't really, a binary might constitute, bimodal, you're probably right, that might still constitute spectrum, but binary doesn't.
There are two lines next to each other. I've seen one where it shows it in a 3D way.
The funny part is that if you want a really good example, that's a good example of a binary distribution. If you want a really good example of bimodal distribution, you can graph human height. If you look at human height, it's bimodal. And what are those modes? Ironically enough, male and female.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on Twitter because I saw it like represented as a inside like a 3D cube. So it's like not like they're really on the same spectrum; they're next to each other. Let's see here. Anyway, I'll see if I can find that as we move along here because I'll get stuck looking at it. So So Jonathan, after I said I'd probably get banned, we got contested by people in Mormon stories like, you're just assuming it's that way, you haven't even tried it.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And I said, yeah, we're just assuming it, but yeah, hold your horses. And then so I didn't actually ever get to see it. Imagine that. Why didn't I get to see it? Jonathan took this exact wording. He used this exact wording, and it's a bit rough on them to have it be the one time Colin Wright appeared on PragerU, because PragerU has another level of spaztopia for them, because PragerU is just automatically wrong.
Yeah, it's a self-inflicted ad hom.
Yeah. But just like a lot of different people have gone on to PragerU just to do for some 5 minutes because they invite them on. I'm sure some of the PragerU videos are full of crap for sure.
Oh yeah.
But that's not epistemologically how you find out what crap. It's the argument. You guys know the ad hominem thing. Or what is the source? The fallacy of the source. I saw somebody say this week the slippery slope fallacy is undefeated. It has not. I know. Once ever.
Well, people throw out ad homs so often, and nobody even knows what it is. They always just kind of assume that it's being insulting, like you're a dumbass. Oh, ad hom. But it's. I mean, the whole idea of it is that
it's ad hominem. If you say it's PragerU.
Yeah, I know. It's you're discrediting the arguer rather than the argument, and it's like if somebody were to quote Dostoevsky to me, and I were to be like, "Did you know?" Like, I'm not going to listen to Dostoevsky. He had a gambling problem, and he lost his fiance's engagement ring because he gambled it away. I'd be like, "Well, okay, you're right. We should dismiss everything Dostoevsky ever said because of that. You dumb shit."
Yeah.
Are you trolling?
Well, yeah, somebody just told me that Bill Clinton and Joe Biden never sexually assaulted anyone.
Oh,
nice
Christ.
Try. Sorry.
Hey, no.
You can find it on Ex-Mormon.
This is very important. I can't find it on Ex-Mormon because I got kicked out because I said that trans males or trans men are female. Which is objectively true.
Sorry. Hold on a second here. What? Did that just go to the new place where I was? Also, I got to go back. Oh, I've lost it. Maybe I just got to go. I think I already pulled up Colin Wright. I have.
Asked to define the word woman during her Supreme Court confirmation hearings in 2022, Judge Ketanji Jackson famously demurred, saying, "I'm not a biologist." Well, I am a biologist, and I'm here to help. Rephrase the question to Judge Jackson. Are sex categories in humans, male and female, real, immutable, and binary, or are they merely social constructs? Answer, real. That's just the way it is, and we all know it. Immutable. It can't be changed. And binary. There are only two sexes, not 3 or 4 or 57. This is true throughout the plant and animal kingdoms. An organism's sex is defined by the type of gamete, sperm or ova, it can or would produce. Males have the function of producing sperm or
just for his credentials, he has his PhD in evolutionary biology from UC Santa Barbara and was an Everly Research Fellow at Penn State from 2018 till 2022.
Small gametes. In females, ova, or large ones. There is no third gamete type. There are only two. Therefore, sex is binary. This shouldn't be controversial. It's just basic biology. Every one of us is the result of a male and a female, our biological mom and dad, successfully reproducing. Sorry to make you think about that. Without the existence of males and females, I wouldn't be here right now, and neither would you. Our species would have gone extinct long ago. Many gender activists, however, falsely assert that sex cannot be binary and must be viewed as a spectrum because a very small number of people have genitalia that appear ambiguous or mixed, phenomena known as intersex conditions. These ideologues claim the existence of such conditions renders the categories male and female meaningless. But intersex conditions don't undermine the sex binary at all, because sex ambiguity is not a third sex. The existence of very rare borderline cases no more raise questions about everyone else's sex than the existence of dawn and dusk cast doubt onto the existence of day and night. Our society isn't experiencing a sudden dramatic surge in people born with ambiguous genitalia. We're experiencing a dramatic surge in people who are unambiguously one sex, claiming to identify as the opposite sex, or something other than male or female altogether. Gender ideology seeks to portray sex as so incomprehensibly complex and multivariable that our traditional practice of classifying people as either male or female is grossly outdated and should be abandoned for a revolutionary concept of gender identity. This new system holds that males shouldn't be barred from female sports, women's prisons, or other spaces previously segregated, so long as they identify as female. But intersex and transgender mean entirely different things. Intersex people have extremely rare conditions that result in apparent sex ambiguity. Transgender people, however, aren't sexually ambiguous at all, but merely claim to identify as something other than their biological sex. Once you're conscious of this distinction, you'll begin to notice that gender activists attempt to steer discussions away from, for example, whether men who identify as women should be allowed to compete in female sports, and toward prominent intersex athletes like South African runner Caster Semenya. Why? Because so long as they've got you on your heels, making difficult judgment calls on individuals with medically complicated intersex conditions, they've succeeded in drawing your attention away from making easy calls on unquestionably male athletes, like 2022 NCAA Division I women's swimming and diving champion Leah Thomas. They shift the focus to intersex to distract from transgender. But the existence of a tiny handful of intersex cases is completely irrelevant to the issue of allowing males in female sports, prisons, and restrooms. Crafting policy to exclude males who identify as women, or trans women, from female-only spaces isn't complicated. That's because trans women are unambiguously male, and so the chances that a doctor incorrectly recorded their sex at birth are essentially zero. Therefore, any transgender policy designed to protect female spaces need only specify that participants must have been recorded female on their original birth certificates. Or, if no birth certificate listing sex is available, biology, not an individual's feelings, will determine whether the participant would be allowed to compete as a male or female. Crafting effective intersex policies is more complicated, but a much less pressing issue for protecting the integrity of women's sports. Individual organizations can decide for themselves which criteria should be used to keep female spaces safe and, in the context of sport, safe and fair. It is imperative, however, that such policies be rooted in properties of the body, and not one's identity, because identity is not germane to issues of fairness and safety. You can identify as anything you like, but your identity does not determine biological reality. And the reality is that sex in humans is immutable and binary. No amount of activist hysteria is ever going to change that. I'm Colin Wright, PhD in evolutionary biology and fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax.
So we just barely saw bigot GenuSpec, that GenuSpec conference, like come out and say that the queer theory type stuff and the transing the kids is a form of a cult, and tries to give out the descriptions and reasons why it might be. I don't know. Who's to say what's to say?
Yeah, that one was pretty good.
Well, I'll show just like I think the 21-minute mark.
Damn, we're 10:20. We haven't even started on Michelle Brady Stone.
Yeah, well, it's right now, right after this stuff.
Distressing. Take this belief system on board, and you can never disprove it. You can't rack your brain and find a definitive answer, yes or no. You can't come to a clean resolution because it's nonsense. Because there is no there, only hallucinations in the dark. The only thing that you can do with nonsense is reject it. And if you cannot reject it, you will run into all kinds of trouble. I've often been asked if I think that the trans community is a cult. I've spent years tinkering with theories about how cult-like dynamics may be emergent properties of online spaces, and ideas about how the internet can spawn leaderless cults. But you don't have to agree with me to recognize that an open, healthy, supportive trans community would not look or sound anything like the trans community that we've got. It would be honest about the risks that trans people face, rather than wildly inflating those risks to instill fear. It would foster resilience and self-sufficiency in gender-questioning youth, rather than telling kids that anyone who disagrees with their worldview hates them, or that exposure to misgendering or dead naming can lead to suicide. A healthy, open, and supportive trans community would accept that transition doesn't work for everybody, and that there are legitimate reasons to detransition and exit the community. A healthy, open, and supportive community wouldn't seek to drive a wedge between gender-questioning youth and family members or friends who sincerely want the best for them, but question whether transition is the right answer. A healthy, open, and supportive trans community would invite ethical research into transition outcomes and alternatives, rather than trying to shut down inquiry. Because trans-identifying people deserve high-quality care, not just ideologically compliant care. And a healthy, open, supportive trans community would encourage young people to explore their questions and doubts openly, recognizing transition as a serious undertaking, without fear of censure or expulsion from the group. So maybe...
Anyway, Just also check out on Peter Boghossian's channel where he discusses with the W Path girl. I'll just pull it up for 1 second, but then we'll do the. I don't even have like a clip from it. I just wanted to show it so people know to go look for it. Wherever it is.
What are you looking
man. The Boghossian one.
Oh. Oh man, speaking of street epistemology, I don't think I mentioned this last week. I told it to you in the chat. I was kicking myself. I saw Peter Boghossian had a casting call.
Yeah, I know.
Did I talk about this last week?
You didn't talk about it on here.
Oh man,
what it is.
I was so pissed. I saw it and I was like, they won't pick me, but I'll go for it. And so I sent him in like the little video saying, and they were going to talk about trans stuff, I guess. And they were like, okay. They emailed me back pretty quick. And they're like, yeah, you should come on and talk to us. And I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. It's in Florida and it's like this weekend. I can't, so I had to back out. And then I found out like Exulanzik is on there. She's like one of my favorite YouTubers on this subject. And I could have hung out with her.
I think it turned out Luke Rudowski was there too.
Yeah, I could have hung out with him, with Peter Boghossian, had some drinks on the beach, and I was just like, nah, I don't want to go to Florida.
And you could have been a clip on it. We'd be reviewing you instead of just showing
No,
this.
I'm a fucking idiot.
Anyway, Michael Knowles had this whole debate and it got fact checked. This gal here is the person that Michael Schellenberg used to review the WPATH files that got leaked to him. So she was the reporter that reviewed she basically cracked the entire WPATH story. And they review all the stuff and she goes into detail about the claims that are made and not made on the Jubilee debate video. Anyway, that's that. Science, man, science. But anyway, just to give the spoiler that I think we already gave, all of that got removed from Mormon Stories. It got censored right off. And then brings us to Michelle Stone, which I would have loved to comment on all the way through. And I could not comment on because I am still banned from Mormon Stories. And Rista was even on there trying to call out to Maven, who was there serving as a blue whatever wrench. And no, there was no mercy. No mercy. He asked like several times if she'd let me comment, and I could not comment. So
surprised she didn't just ban Risto.
I know that's usually what happens out of those things. But
I think
anyway,
Risto horrified her most in our abortion debate.
Yeah. All the way back to the Michelle Stone thing. Man, oh man, oh man. I have so many clips, and all of them are probably dumb. The one I for sure want to play is the Fanny Alger one, but here, let me go to it. But like most of them were just I was pulling up examples of her crying like a whole bunch, or that I couldn't tell if it was crying or not. But a lot of it really was talking about her personal story and stuff. Let's see here.
Hey, Austin Fife, the Light and Truth letter guys, responded to my "What's the CES letter's strongest point" thing.
He's responded to that. Well, I think he might give an honest answer.
No, I think he did. He said maybe not the strongest point, but the most effective. The underlying message that the church didn't tell you XYZ thing. Jeremy capitalizes on natural limitations in the church, time constraints, global church, correlated curriculum, and canonization to tell a damaging narrative about the church that's incredibly effective. I don't know that it's the time constraints. I mean, we were in like 8
I think
hours.
he has you in that.
What's that?
I think I have heard him give that before in one of his shorts that he does for Ward. That he says it's kind of, there's not time to, it comes at you so fast and there's not a time and it's,
I mean,
just brushed by. And
we had 3 hours of church a week. We had 1 hour of mutual on Tuesday. We had 5 hours of church during seminary. We had extra meetings. We had 10 hours of general conference. Sometimes I feel like there was enough time. There was probably enough time for somebody to tell me, Joseph Smith had a bunch of wives. I didn't
well,
get
now
around
they're trying to do that with cartoons, man.
Yeah.
Cartoons.
Yes, that looks like a spectrum to me.
Yeah. Oh, you're back at the.
Yeah, the Colin right.
Yeah, I'll pull it back up. This is not a spectrum. If we go back to talking about fingers on a hand, we can get all into the Plato about it. Like, what is the perfect form of the perfect hand, that hand that's floating and existing in the air, of the forms floating out in the ether? It's not one with one finger or two fingers or three fingers or 14 fingers. It's probably going to be 10 fingers.
Did you ever play any Assassin's Creed games?
No, I didn't.
So Odyssey happens. It's like during the time of Socrates, and so Socrates is one of the characters, and there you have like dialogue choices when he's using you as like this soundboard to bounce his ideas off of, and you're supposed to answer correctly. You can either answer in the way that will help him out or that will fuck him over, and I always answered in the way that fucked him over, because he'd ask questions like that, like, is a hand still a hand if you cut the pinky off? Or is it no longer a hand? I don't know what accent I'm doing, but they do pretty like thick Greek accents because they're Greek, but it was just kind of funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I pulled up that meme a million different times of the chair, the discourse of the chair. Have you seen?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Well, I mean, I know I'm talking about the chair. I know I'm talking about the heap problem.
Yeah. When does it become a heap and when does it become a pile? And
it becomes a heap when it's a heap, you fucker. Shut up.
I have found the meme again. Let me get it on the Facebook there. I've pulled it up so many different times, but no. Share to Messenger. Plan. There's another one that I need to keep more handy because I love it. It's one of his memes and I can never find it when I try to Google it fast. But it's that one that shows how each intersex is also part of one or the other binaries. Like each one is an anomaly off of one of or the other binaries. And they know that from the primary.
Well, I mean, I've seen some, it's kind of like how in COVID, we counted COVID deaths as like some of the most ridiculous things. Like you got stabbed in the fucking throat, but you had COVID. Like, oh man, COVID killed him. It feels like some methods of collecting data on intersex are like that loose when it comes to counting somebody as intersex. It's like she has an enlarged clitoris or he has a micro penis that counts as intersex.
Yeah. I mean, this thing plays to like any sort of thing when people are trying to discredit you or not be very being disingenuous with you when we're talking about if somebody's crying or not. It goes to every single one of the debates we're having tonight. Is Michelle Stone crying or not? Are the BLM activists trying to tell you feel guilty or not? What's the 10 fingers? So this is where you realize that Judith Butler, Derrida, and Foucault realized that they can make hay in the world by jacking with the edges of definitions, by jacking with the edges and categories and claiming that it's oppressive to say anything's anything. So this is the discourse of the chair. All this stems back to Plato, who says there was probably a perfect form, but also asked these questions of what's this called? This is actually called I'll pull up the term for it here in just a second. Nominalism. This is called nominalism. The discourse is starting again. It shows a chair. You can lean on it, then you can sit on it, then it is a chair. 1, do not listen to them. A chair must have 4 legs. A chair is whatever you say is a chair. Number 2, mute it. I know a chair when I see one. A chair is a blank. Bro, have you heard of a sociosemantic reason? You must support your weight. A chair has a use value. The chair has a trans essence, actually. A chair is whatever neurochemical reaction that occurs in your brain when you hear the word chair. The chair is a rhizome. That's a Deleuze-Guattari. A chair is a non-totalizable multiple. Post-picture chair, but built to the chair as a toilet is a chair. Reid Hume. A chair is a certain combination of atoms. This isn't clearly a chair. A chair. Make it stop. Chair is, you haven't even read Plato. A chair is the thing in itself. A chair is literally everything. It has to be a chair. A chauffeur. I think it has to do with sitting with. This proves Derrida right. A design for sitting is a bar stool. No, a chair is the picture of a bar stool. A chair, it can be a rock. It has to be a church as a pew as a chair. And then make it stop. And all of everything that Judith Butler, Foucault, and Derrida realized they could do is just jack with categories. That's it. That's really it. That's postmodernism, really.
Wow,
and you can do it to rearrange the world how you would like it to be. But I always say, because one of the things that Foucault is always pushing is that it was done through a top-down conspiracy theory pressed upon us to oppress us. And I say, no, it was emergent and observed by the observers of the past, and came across to and agreed upon by consensus, and maybe not always right, so they get altered later, but it was emergent. Here's the whopper.
Thomas B. Marsh. The fact that several of those high council members left the church very soon thereafter, including Thomas B. Marsh, who went on to make all of the accusations against Joseph Smith and contributed to the mobbings and Marsh was instrumental in that. He made all kinds of accusations. One accusation he did not make.
Didn't Marsh leave because he was against the Danites?
I don't know much of the history, Marsh.
Well, because there's a big criticism of Thomas S. Monson said that Marsh left because he was offended by who got the extra foam on the milk that they got from the cows or some shit like that. Some really stupid thing. And the moral of the story was he let this fester and then he left the church. And then you find out the real history is that there were Danites and Thomas B. Marsh was against it or something. But I don't remember that. It's been a long time. So maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, some of listening to her made me go, as has happened in the past, all right, I guess I'm going to go spend 6 months and read all this. But
I'm so mad that I got to read the CES letter now.
Yeah, I'm going to read the CES letter. But this stuff, I do not think I'm going to get into the Joseph Smith papers.
No.
There were some good arguments from the guys at Fair and Farms, and one of the things that they pointed out that I noticed, has anybody noticed, that most of what she says is just whoever claimed it isn't credible, and the providence of whatever paper that claimed it isn't credible, and it might have passed through multiple hands, or it might have been coerced by another person. Every single thing. That's the answer to every single thing.
Yeah, she tries to make it seem like it's funny because at the end of the interview, Delin is trying to use the believe all women thing against her, but then she reverse Unos him because he's like, well, a lot of these people are saying that believe all women would say that we should believe the women in the Temple Lot case. And she's like, I just feel so terrible that they felt compelled to do that.
They were coerced. They're coercive control.
Yeah, they're coming to completely opposite conclusions on the same premise that patriarchy is terrible.
But that's what we always point out with all that stuff. Whenever you're using those faulty epistemological, phenomenological things to make your argument, it can always be reverse Uno'd on you. If you want to do it, you just kind of have to find the angle like she found it.
I gotta piss. I'm good to go for as long as you want, but I gotta piss first.
Yeah. You heard the Fanny Alger part, though, right? I think you did. I was going to. Nah, we'll just go ahead and play it. View in StreamYard.
Or adultery. And that's true of several of the others as well. So again, it comes down to documents and sources. I have my explanation of what happened with Joseph and Fanny. And I'm a little hesitant to say it here without the documentation because I don't want people to be like, to push back when I can't show what I'm talking about. But
So it sounds like you're not convinced that Oliver.
So here's what I think happened. Fine, I'll just say it. But John, I'm really mad at you that you're making me come and talk about these things without documents. But I will do my best. Evidenced by the fact that several of those high.
Hope it comes to right here.
These things without documents, but I will do my best. I think.
I understand your point, and I think it's valid.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because we weren't going to do sources, but it's okay. I'll do my best. But I'm asking people to please just be patient and don't tear me apart because I'm just saying it without providing the sources, right? Because that's what I like to do is show the sources and then talk about interpretation. But okay, I'm going to get myself in trouble if I tell this story, I'm afraid. Okay, I'm just going to tell it anyway, and people can do with it what they will. But I was actually, my husband and I were going out of town for the first time in many, many, many years.
This is
and I was
hilarious.
on an airplane for the first time in many years. When you have that many kids, you don't trust.
She knows that it's off limits for like the worldview.
Well, it's hilarious that I don't know if she does this after or if she did it when I was in the bathroom. She talks about how I don't use spiritual experience as evidence.
Yeah, but then it all comes to her from spiritual experience. Yeah.
Travel, and I was reading a book.
The evidence can arrive to her through spiritual experience, so it makes it extra special.
I was reading Whitney Horning's book about Joseph Smith Revealed, and it got to where she was talking about Fanny Alger, and I didn't like the way that she handled it at that time. I think she's changed her perspective, where she said it was a ceiling, and that upset me. That I'm like, that doesn't make it okay. If Joseph is sealing himself to girls, and Emma's mad, I'm not okay with it. It makes me mad. Like, I do not think we can, with a straight face, claim they were having sex. I do not think there's good evidence to say that. Again, McClellan is not a good source. But so I did.
Everybody's not a good source.
Everybody's not a good source. Fucking Oliver Cowdery's not a good source.
Yeah.
He called it a dirty, nasty, filthy scrape.
She just slipped in right there that she could just wave away the whole entire thing.
In the airplane, I just prayed. I was like, God, can you help me understand what happened with Fanny? Because I was so troubled by Fanny. I can't be okay with Joseph if something happened with Fanny, even if it was just a ceiling. I'm not okay with that. Right?
And also the sealing power hadn't been given yet.
Right. Well, I mean, even for me people try to fetch the dating.
It came later, right?
Right. You can't.
So he didn't have the power to seal yet. He didn't have the polygamy revelation yet. If you said he never had it, but certainly it couldn't have happened in 1835.
Right. So I'll just share what happened. But again, I want to clarify, I don't base my opinions on spiritual experiences. I appreciate the inspiration to help me find answers or sources can we please understand that? So I did. I just prayed, and I was really upset and kind of desperate, because I was doing this podcast and people were yelling at me that Joseph Smith wasn't a polygamist, and I was like, yeah, he was, even if it was just a ceiling. Yeah, he was. And so I prayed, and while I was praying, a picture came to my mind from my freshman year of college at BYU that I had no idea I even remembered. And it was we were working on a show called Lucky Stiff. There were three girls. We were the three dancers that played the roles, and we had the pianist. The pianist was a guy, and so we were having a rehearsal. And then after the dance rehearsal, we were over around the piano practicing our vocals, and all kind of flirting with the pianist. Right? It's just three girls. We were kind of flirting with this guy. One of the girls was giving him a back rub. We were working on the music, but it was kind of flirty. And all of a sudden, he stiffened up and moved the girl's hands off his shoulders. And we saw him get up and walk over, and his wife had walked in. And none of us had even, I remember being sick to my stomach going, oh, I hadn't even thought about it. I hope they're okay. Do you know what I mean? I felt very much like this had been inappropriate, but nobody had really realized it. And that came right to my mind. And I was like, I've never thought about that since, And so.
Does it not feel inappropriate? I feel like I'm strikingly aware of anytime, I don't know, at work, if I'm working with one-on-one with a woman, and I feel like maybe we're even we never flirt. I'm never flirty with women, and women are never flirty with me. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm just one-on-one with this woman too much. How are you not aware that you're you're flirting with this guy? She's actively admitting to flirting with this married dude.
Yeah, well, and this has all come to her in a prayer dream
She
as
had
an
a
answer to
vision.
faniology.
I don't accept spiritual experiences as evidence, but God told me that Fanny Alger was a flirt.
Oh, so it gave me an opening to consider a way. And then when I went and investigated those documents, the possibility that Fanny was flirty and that Joseph was maybe being nice, to me, fits the documentation better than any other argument I have heard. That Emma was like, no, you're out of here. This is not.
So you think it's okay to say maybe Michelle and that piano player had a dirty, nasty scrape?
Not okay. Joseph and Emma worked out. Joseph went to the High Council and was like, okay, this is what happened, and it was a non-issue. And so I had the inspiration to give me a way to consider thinking about it as I went to the evidence. And the evidence seemed to me to back that story matches the evidence better than other evidence, that any other story I had.
So it backed up her invented notion from a prayer dream and a thought that she went into reading the documents first to see if they backed up her prayer dream pre-assumption.
Yeah, this is like anytime you go to the relationship advice subreddit, whatever team the person's on, it's usually the women's team because Reddit is cucked. It always adds so much narrative that just isn't there to make the lady seem like the good guy. Usually, sometimes it's a guy. Like, well, he probably beats the shit out of her or something. Like, wait, what? How would you possibly know that? And she's like, well, Oliver Cowdery called it a dirty, nasty, filthy scrape. But really, probably what it was is it was not an issue because she was being flirty. And probably Joseph just came and told him, hey, guys, I've got to be totally transparent with you. This chick was flirting with me. It was a non-issue. It was nothing.
Considered.
So in that case, Oliver Cowdery would have just jumped to conclusion.
And if this was Rod Meldrum, they'd be shutting down the pod. Like Kara would be having a meltdown. Kara would be hyperventilating in the corner that she dared say that, like, put this on Fanny Alger, the 14-year-old girl flirting with the 37, 38-year-old guy, causing this this kerfuffle. like there is no chance in my life for an accidental people thought that 14-year-old girl flirted with me too much. That situation is not coming up in my life on accident. It's not going to come up and people come down like, what were you doing, girl? You're making them look bad. And this would be something that Kara and Maven and John, if you and I were sitting there saying it to them, would stop the podcast and then have like a tearful apology and 5-minute video of tearful apology and why they had to take down this video because it's too triggering. Like where is all that right now, John Lynn? You success head. He's got that big success head, his big square, his loaf of bread head.
Yes, Oliver Cowdery misunderstood. Which I think
he's an unsliced loaf of bread head. Or
wait,
he looks
Oliver
like the bread head in what's that?
Oliver Cowdery misunderstood, and then, but in her narrative, Joseph immediately explained it to him, like, dude, it was so fucked, buddy. We're best friends. I can tell you this. She was coming on to me, and I was trying to tell her, no, I will not cheat on my wife. I will not do that. I am a man of God. You do not tempt me, foul temptress. And he didn't, like, in his copious journal writing, he didn't, like, feel any need to write that down. Like, the thing I said was a dirty, nasty, filthy scrape. Turns out that little hussy was trying to come on to him.
It's out of control, man.
I can't speak.
Wait, Could this breadhead dude be John Dehlin?
God damn it.
He's got a big old breadhead. He's got a big square
I don't
head.
know that he
I'm
later
jealous
said
of,
he misunderstood.
there's only one thing I'm jealous of John Dehlin of, and it's his great big square head.
But it seems to me quite clear because he didn't continue to make the accusation.
And he did die, I guess.
He
in
joined
the church
again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there are, I can't speak about sources that I can't cite to you, but I know I've read about Oliver feeling bad that Joseph didn't reach back out to him and invite him back into the church. The rift would be fixed. Oliver was mad at Joseph for many things. There were many issues. And if you look at the High Council minutes, they were throwing everything at Oliver. They were accusing him of everything. I think counterfeiting it. I can't remember, but it seems to me that it was kind of a, I'm mad at you, so I'm going to accuse you kind of a culture to some extent as well. And I think Oliver misunderstood that, but also wasn't necessarily that sad to misunderstand it with how mad he was at Joseph. Possibly. I'm throwing out possibilities. I'd rather go to the documentation and let people see what they think.
Yeah. Okay.
Possibilities. But I mean, like what document in the world can we throw out like a possibility like that to, you know?
I don't know. Well, that's one of the things I was explaining to her cronies when they were jumping on me for saying she cries too much. I was like, it's not just that she cries too much; it's that she's very, very well read on this stuff, but her conclusions are all batshit. She extends an unbelievable amount of grace to Joseph and his his claims, and zero grace at all to any of his contemporary critics.
Yeah, it's all the chance in the world, and any other guy in the world just even has a whiff of, I think this person was semi-related to such and such guy, so that is a completely tainted source gone out, nothing, you know. And everybody's all impressed with how much she's read on this. Like, I honestly don't think it would take long to catch up if you cared enough. Like,
well,
if you,
I thought it would. I kept saying she's really well read on it. And then she says, I haven't looked super deeply into the Fanny Alger thing. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, I can sort of get it because I've listened to enough of her to know that she's taken the time to look at every single affidavit of the temple, whatever, the temple affidavits.
Temple lot case, yeah.
Temple lot case, and then there's like two cases that people mix up in their heads. But look at every single name of every single person of the name that came up in that thing. So it's like it's tedious. What she's done is tedious, but it's because she's looking for any possible angle to discredit any possible document.
Well, and she talks about Helen Mark Kimball later, and Helen Mark Kimball wrote a book talking about how polygamy is superior and all this shit like that. And her take on that is, I feel so terrible that Helen Mark Kimball was forced to take this narrative that polygamy was better, and it's just God wouldn't do that to his daughters.
I'm telling you, like, I could, if I used her methodology, I could call the Declaration of Independence fake.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that I would look at every single name on there, I would go into the journals that are available of every single person's name on there, and I'd try to find something that didn't specifically say exactly that they went to, where was it signed? Was it signed in DC or Pennsylvania somewhere?
And it's Pennsylvania, I can't remember.
Pennsylvania, like there's nothing in their book. In fact, their book says around that date they must have been over here, and it would have been too many days to go that many hours by oxen. And it said here 2 months earlier that he had an injury on his leg, so you had to even, she's looked up even like these little details. He had an injury on his leg, so there's no way he could have made it there on time to sign his name to the Declaration of Independence. Therefore, not even am I going to say that that signature is a forgery. I'm going to say the entire document's fake.
Are you playing more? Can you hear me? No, we're still on the.
Damn it!
Still paused for
did
me.
it.
Access to documents, the more people study.
You in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
more access to documents, the more people studying the documents, the more scientific evidence, DNA, whatever, the stronger the case against Joseph Smith's polygamy becomes.
In your view?
And, well, I actually no, like it was much stronger before we had this monogamy affirmer movement. I haven't seen anything come out of the Joseph Smith papers that has strengthened the argument that Joseph Smith was a polygamist.
Interesting.
Or studying affidavits. And I would expect the opposite to happen.
I don't know enough to agree or not agree, but I do think you know more than me.
Okay.
So I'm not going to argue with you.
That was
that's
unfair.
For sure.
I will
It's fine.
acknowledge that more access to documents, the more people study.
That monogamy affirmer versus the polygamy denier little caveat is such a Mormon versus LDS
I know, that's
little piece of bullshit. Like, it's a perfectly fine heuristic to say, like, hey, my whole entire world is built around denying that Joseph Smith did polygamy. Okay, so for short, could I call you the polygamy denier? Oh my god, that is insulting. That's insulting.
It's double-edged too, because then she calls the people opposed to her polygamy affirmers. Like, well, I guess like they're technically affirming that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy. Yeah. And honestly, I'm not a polygamy affirmer. I don't think Joseph Smith practiced polygamy. I think he was just a womanizer. Like, you can't even call it polygamy because he just fucked women. He didn't treat them like wives.
This is one of those ones that you get the name of what sticks with you. Sorry.
Studying the documents, the more scientific evidence, DNA, whatever, the stronger the case against Joseph Smith's polygamy becomes.
In your view?
And, well,
I
actually,
was thinking she repeats herself enough on these things, but let's see what this one says.
To give it a little loophole, to give it a little out, that were changed by Brigham Young and the later polygamists. And that hasn't been part of this conversation. Those are some of the sources we're trying to bring forward.
Were you, and this isn't a gotcha, but it just comes to my mind. Were you aware that Joseph Smith changed his own revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants from the earlier versions? You know, he would flip meanings, he would delete stuff, he would add stuff to revelations that were supposed to have been received years before. I didn't really understand the depth of that till we did the LDS discussion.
To give it a little loophole, to give it a little out.
So that's just more of the Kendall. Is that the Kendall from Maven's video that's commented on there?
I don't know.
There's a Kendall Christian 2025. I don't remember why I saved that clip exactly. I think it's just her talking about every single one has a little loophole and a little bit of an out or something. She talks about COVID, and John asked her about being anti-mask.
Like, the things that happened felt to me unthinkable, and I felt like we as a society.
Okay.
Humanity.
Settle this with me here. We're talking about the crying thing. Tears are not coming out of her eyeballs, but she's crying.
Yeah. So that's the exact stuff that I'm talking about is, and not only that, like, I think she was on particularly good behavior for John's podcast when I rewatched it, because if you watch her podcast, like it's always the verge of tears. But I mean, you watched the one with Brian Hales where it just,
oh my God,
she devolved into like to get out entirely of the whole.
She starts with tears, right? She starts with tears because that gives her the kicked puppy look. And because she has the kicked puppy look, then people treat her with kid gloves, and they always do. The Brian Hales thing, like, I don't like Brian Hales, he's a dork. But saying that, like, the things that you're saying would put you subject to church disciplinary council is pretty fucking reasonable. I mean, you're claiming that every prophet except the first one was a liar at best. The second one was a particular monster, and you've compared him to Satan in the past. I don't know how you can be shocked when they're like, well, we might kick you out of our club because you say most of our guys are satanic. And the Brian Hales thing was so stupid because in his little presentation that he had, he used a picture of her, and it was one of the pictures he used of her was her with her baby who passed away. And obviously it's very sad that her baby passed away, but like, she's acting like he did that maliciously. It's like, it really hurts that you would use an image of me and my baby. And I'm like, wait, hang on.
I'd like to go see the picture because I was just looking at images of her today too. Because John, we need to show some of Jonathan's. I don't know if he gave us permission to show those yet, but Jonathan was making AIs of Mormon influencers crying into money, and I said I wanted one of Michelle Stone, but he doesn't usually like to do AI of women because then people can accuse you of doing bad stuff with the AI with the women. But I went and looked at. He said I'd need like a really high def video anyway. So I looked at her Facebook as a non-friend, and there was 4 available images, and 2 of them were a little baby. And I'm guessing that's all that was available for Hales to pick when he was like picking a picture of her, and he had no idea that was the baby. You know.
Yeah. She tried to. I don't know. She poisoned the whale with kick puppiness.
Look at this. In the middle of all this, Kwaku was dunking on Brigham Young there. This guy says Brigham Young did nothing wrong. That the posts that are all crazy about over on Twitter, and Kwaku says he kind of did though. That's why our church doesn't teach any of his doctrinal innovations today. In fact, if you teach any of his innovations, you'll be excommunicated. He was no Joseph Smith, not close.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Brigham Young was a tyrant jackass.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I will go ahead and say, I know I get criticism for crying. And I just want to I never was a crier. Like my husband,
John,
he cried and I didn't. When we got married, he cried and I didn't. I never, but I am now. I'm much closer to tears than I used to be. And I think that's okay.
We love all the emotions on Mormon stories, and crying.
I think you should hold it in more.
To apologize for him.
You need 1/10 as many tears.
He's getting some Gen Camp flashbacks.
John should be the one who's on a high alert for that stuff. After obviously that if people cry and can cry that much in their arguments, they're using it for manipulative tactics. And I'm not saying every single time she cried ever. I think I understand when she talks about her kids dying, that would be a sensible time to cry. But it's brought up in every single podcast that they're going to talk about first. Like, how about we don't talk about that she had a kid die right before we get into a difficult. I mean, there's a lot of other people who've had debates in the world who I'm sure have had a kid die, and we did not hear about their kid dying before the debate started.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I want to show your story all the respect it deserves, but I do have a couple quick questions, if it's okay.
Sure.
So,
I appreciate
it. This is a weird one.
Something that really troubled me, that a stillborn baby isn't put on the records of the church. And with knowing that my girls always wanted to be together, I could not stand the thought of any list of our family that had one of my little girls and not the other one. So I knew that if my little girl wasn't born alive, we would remove our records for that reason. And anyway, so when she asked, what can we pray for? And I just had the impression that she could be born alive. Because with that condition, my understanding is about 1/3 of the babies die in utero, about 1/3 die during birth, and then the other 1/3 without intensive medical care for the ones that aren't as severely affected. And something that really troubled me, that a stillborn baby
that's a weird one that I see. I think both sides of the argument, or both sides of it, are doing something kind of dumb, in the sense of, I think people should be able to put their unborn kids on the records of the church. I don't know about you.
Well, I don't know. I was talking to Morgan about this the other day. Like, it's sort of my, I don't know, dorky little pro-life thing, I guess. But anytime somebody asks me how many kids I have, I tell them I have 3, because there's a kid in heaven. Yeah, there's a kid in my wife's uterus right now. So I'm like, yeah, I got 3 kids, and if she would have a miscarriage, obviously I'd be devastated. But I wouldn't tell people I only had 2 kids. I'd be like, yeah, we had 3 kids. One of them died, and it was really sad. But
so the live chat replay is not available. But in that live chat at this moment, all the ex-Mormons were suddenly angry at the church, because ex-Mormons are always, church is evil no matter what. But obviously they would all say the church was evil if they started insisting on people putting their babies on the record the second they're conceived, right? Like, that would be evil no matter what of the church. For
it's heads I win, tails you lose thing.
Because that would become a manipulation tactic for being pro-life, which is only misogynistic. Right?
While we're on the subject, I do think I think that's our Kendall Christensen that was on with Maven. If you're still listening, you should jump on the show at some point, because we've had a conversation. I had an entire conversation with Maven, basically trying to convince her of what you had told her, that like your interlocutors have, to them, what is a good reason to believe the things that they believe. The debate was pro-life, pro-choice, right? I'm pro-life, she's pro-choice, obviously. But I wasn't even trying to convince her to be pro-life. I was just trying to convince her that some people are pro-life because they believe that the baby is a baby. Yeah,
That's about
is a living human, and she was very much insistent on telling me that no, this is born out of misogyny. So I would love to talk to you about the book that you were talking about with Maven.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that one, but I've been critical of her on other aspects, including in this show. If you check it out earlier, but we were talking about you. I appreciated your comments and your views, and you bringing that book around and stuff. However, I did notice that you guys had assumptions that certain ways of the world politically are the truth, are the axiomatic truths beforehand, and I would contest that. But I also can tell by the way that you read the books and understand that stuff that you would probably concede that you don't have all the truthiness in the world and are far more humble about it epistemically. And I appreciate that you brought that obvious viewpoint and tried to communicate it to Maven, and did a much better job of it than we could, because you guys had the rapport that you say that you should build with people.
Yeah, well, if you're watching it still, you can go back and watch what we talked about when we were watching your video with Maven. Very much like appreciated that you I mean, you brought it up to her that she like when you were a missionary, when you were a Mormon, like you were 100% positive that you were doing the right thing. What could they have said? Like if they were as combative with you as you are with these other people, do you think that would have helped? And it was hilarious how she kind of tried to backtrack on that and be like, well, it might have, I might have come through.
Yeah, if you go listen, it was a bit of a fiery debate. I wasn't there that night. Flip, who's a fiery guy with us, a famous fiery ex-Mormon who's been around, got into it. And it's really strange seeing Flip get into her with it, because Flip's not that far from her as far as a belief on if you should be able to have abortion or not. But he just firmly believes that people who think the other way are not evil. And that was a big enough rift for them to fight very hard. And what you gonna do? Anyway, well, I appreciated this. This is
quite a bit.
This is an area that I don't think many ex-Mormons know about, especially the ones who are certainly pro-choice and all that and stuff. The Malthusian end of the world, which we've talked about here, or the neo-Malthusians, or even who they are and their history with Planned Parenthood and all that sorts of stuff. But we can be simpatico with Michelle Stone in some certain areas. I agree with her in a lot of different areas. I think her skepticism of some of the COVID regulations, I agreed with her on it. And then what she said, well, she has like 13 kids. She was going wild with them. Ended up losing 2 of them, lost them when they're very young. That's terrible for her and all that sorts of stuff. And I get that she loves her family and wants eternal life with all of them. I just don't get how she...
What? Church of Coral Hearts in the chat. So I had to say what I said earlier, that, X-Mojo, for all the shit I had to give you, I got to hand it to you. You are one of the very few people who is not treating Michelle Brady Stone with kid gloves.
Yeah, I appreciated that too.
So I was stoked about that.
Yeah, we appreciate any sort of to say it how Kobe Redder said it, just autistically saying it how you see it, and not worrying if there's tears involved with a truth claim. You'll still just go, well, no, it's actually this other thing. Let's deal with what we're claiming. And I appreciated that as well. And Colby saw it that way as well. And I appreciated that of him. And whenever I see those things, I see a little bit more of like, okay, maybe there are a little bit hardcore on epistemology and all that stuff, as they say, whereas part of our criticisms are we think sometimes you will back off of hard truth epistemology for morals in other situations. But well, that was one of our criticisms last week, or 2 weeks ago. But
Thomas Malthus quite a bit, Malthusianism, when I did my episode on contraception and birth control, and I just disagree with those ideas. And I love what Julian Simon says, that our children are our greatest resource. And so I know that some people think there are too many people in this world. I think that's a sad idea, just in terms of, well, who should be killed? Do you know what like that's kind of worse than genocidal?
Iceland,
it's like
they'll tell you the Downs
speciecidal
kids.
The Down syndrome kids.
Yeah.
One of the reasons they'll call it like neo-Malthusianism over Malthusianism is Malthus himself was actually kind of just a predictor, right? He just predicted that we'd be overrun with kids more than saying, gotta go get to killing them kids. So they'll call it neo-Malthusianism if they get on those lines, which a lot of different people going all the way back to some of the richer people in history that people will point back to, of where, Margaret Sanger and different people got funding from billionaires. The billionaires were supposed to love, Rockefellers and those different type of people were back funding neo-Malthusian ideas back 50, 60, 70 years ago.
And hey, Michelle Stone, I give you a lot of shit too. But the pronatalist thing, keep going.
Yeah.
Whatever. And I have done my best to raise my children well.
But that's just it. Is like, so if it's the morality of the thing, all the way back to at the beginning when we were talking about Seth would go to a church if Dan McClellan were it, and that sort of stuff. Michelle Stone wanting her life to be about monogamy and many kids fits with our morality. You know what I mean? That doesn't stop us from saying, but you're spouting bullshit.
Oh, I'm not saying that I want everybody to do what I have done at all. I just want the ability to do what I felt like I was supposed to do without facing everybody's criticism.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that
sounds like you're very pro-life.
In terms
of like the abortion and
well, see, all of these issues are complicated
Yeah.
for me. When I was pregnant with my 13th, I desperately wanted to just deliver her. I didn't want an abortion. Thomas Malthus.
I think she went on saying something that she could see it for somebody else, but Malthusianism.
An abortion. I wanted my baby, but I knew I didn't get her, and I couldn't stand the thought of suffering through, 6 more months of hell, like that pregnancy, because of her complications. Like that was part of why it was really hard to be refused medical care, because so I think that I tend to be libertarian leaning, and I think, what is it? Is it Alma that said preaching the word has more effect on people's hearts than the law? I do think that abortion is a sad thing, especially I think that women do it because they don't feel like they have a choice, or girls do.
It's abortion if you're told that the baby's not viable, like 100%.
I mean, it's still abortion, but like you'd be really hard pressed to find very many pro-life people who would tell you that you should let an ectopic pregnancy kill you, or that like if your life is at stake, you should carry the pregnancy to term anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, like I couldn't believe it. This Robert Boylan episode, Did Joseph Smith Price Polygamy? I was listening to Fair and Farms. Farms even around anymore? It's just Fair apologists. It's such a twist around from 20 years, like leaving 20, 22, 23 years ago. And what it used to be like reading the Fair and Farms people. And now I go to them to debunk somebody else about polygamy. I cannot believe that the world turned around that far in 20 years. But yeah, these guys, they kind of tear it down. One of the things they point at is just the general idea that we talked about before, that it's just too much of a conspiracy theory. Like all of these people, not only would every single one of those documents have to be fake, like she says they are, based off of little possibilities, but there has to be a huge conspiracy theory behind that every single person wanted them to seem real, who was some sort of historian of the church or some sort of caretaker of the documents, So there had to be that whole thing that nobody ever spoke on the other side of. And one of the things these guys pointed out that I didn't even think of is obviously Joseph Smith was, by the time he died, other men were already deep into polygamy and open about it, right? So where would his confrontation or discussion of that, or where's that?
Yeah, well, one of their taglines is Joseph Smith fought polygamy.
Where?
And like, okay, but like, if he fought polygamy, where do we have, like, you guys are big on documented evidence, even though you will dismiss any documented evidence doesn't fit your conclusions. We should actually have documented evidence that Joseph Smith confronted these people and said, "This is not of God. You cannot be taking several women and bedding them.
Yeah, we have him
filthy."
We have evidence of him rebuking everybody else at some point or another, right? But he didn't confront Brigham Young about getting started on that at all. They just say he fought it because, well, every single time we saw him preaching about it years before, or some of her claims were even like months before his death or whatever like that. Supposedly, were just him preaching from a pulpit that, well, of course he would do that. Obviously, if it's something that's going to be, it could be politicized or publicized somewhere. He's preaching out somewhere, but there's no evidence anywhere of him confronting the ones who openly and obviously were already starting in the practice. So it doesn't make any sense. There's so much stuff about it. And then she talks about all the time how stuff doesn't make, to her it doesn't make sense that Emma's viewed as a crazy person. Like, for us to believe polygamy, we have to believe Emma is a crazy person because she threw women down the stairs and denied it and fought people or something like that. And it's like, yeah, I believe that any woman could be driven crazy by the scenario. I think they would be crazy to not be crazy.
Yeah, I think the official narrative from like the church and even from the antagonists of the church of how Emma reacted to all this is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, her craziness was the reasonable answer. So that doesn't make any sense. Like an argument like, gee, it's almost kind of like taking a feminist line once again. Like, why do we have to like look at her as a crazy person? Oh my goodness, we shouldn't. No, being crazy is the less crazy way to be.
Yeah, no, it would drive anyone crazy if you're married to a manipulative jackass who has convinced you that he talks to God and that God wants him to bang the maid,
And it has started an enormous church and all that sort of stuff. I wish she'd get into here, and this is one of the problems, and I've talked about it before. I was saying it over on Colton's channel that I've put in 40 hours into this lady, probably more than 40 hours, right? I've listened to a bunch of her stuff. And first off, if you go and listen to her personal podcast to try to get there on what the detail is, 94% of every podcast is the bluster. It's, oh, they think we don't research, but we do research, and I've done the research, and these about me, but it's not true. There's true stuff about me. Like 90% of it is preamble talking about I've done it in this, and it's very, very, very little detail. It's someday we're going to get to the detail. Someday we're going to talk, and there's little bits of it here and there. You'll catch a little bit. You have to catch the 3 minutes of it in the middle of a seriously like 2.5 hour long podcast. And then the rest of it is minutia about who was mean to her, or who said what, or who's writing her. One of the problems with like if Jacob writes her stake president is that gives her 6 podcasts to talk about Jacob writing her stake president instead of covering a primary document. You know,
Yeah, well, I feel like I have the same sort of sympathy for Emma Smith that Michelle does. We just go different directions with it. Because I'm like, I would have gone nuts if I was married to Joseph Smith and he was trying to pull out that shit. Because you can, like, you look at the history and she was really back and forth because I think she believed that Joseph Smith was talking to God. And then, like, she reads DNC 132 and she's like, okay, I guess I'll pick the wives. And so she, like, it never sounded like she was super happy about it, but every now and then she would backslide into being like, this is fucked up, which is very reasonable. I don't know. She sounds like she was a pretty good person for the most part, especially the later part of her life where her second husband cheated on her with the maid. Like, she didn't have great luck with dudes. He cheated on her. The maid got pregnant, gave birth, and then she raised the kid. Like, she seems like a pretty good person who just was fucked over by her circumstances.
Yeah. I'm thinking about going over to her channel to see how many of them I have in the red all the way. Man, she puts out a lot of them too.
Oh, Church of Korahor mentioned these facts are old. You're using old facts. Well, it's history. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. But we were talking about the CES letter and how the main response to that these days is they're using debunked claims from 70 years ago. Okay, yeah, they're totally debunked, buddy.
Is there a way to filter out the videos that you've already watched from a channel?
So, well, maybe. I don't know, but you just scroll through and you can see all the red lines on them.
Yeah. So, I mean, here they are. Oh, God.
Welcome to 132.
Am I on this page? Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
So across the bottom, there's one that's like 2 hours and 24 minutes, 1 hour 48 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour 18 minutes, 1 hour 17 minutes. I can tell you so little. I can tell you so that's just one strip across the bottom. She's got way more than that somewhere. Let's see, how long is this one? 2 hours and 24 minutes, 2 hours and 43 minutes. And it's got the little highlight on there that I stopped. And no, I didn't stop. That's because I was listening to it when it was live. And sometimes the red thing comes back different. This one's 142. This one's 2 hours 24. I definitely listened to her entire Jim Bennett one. So that line's lying. We even covered, that's probably right there because we went and covered it.
Yeah. I've mentioned this before in here.
320. Go ahead.
I think the only people I know who autistically watch this shit more than I do are you and Kulch.
I think Kulch beats me, man, because
I think he does.
I tune into something and there he is. I'm like, holy shit.
I have never entered a live chat where he's not in it, and I'm like, how are you not mad? Like, I'm going mad.
Kulch has got to be like the king of catching every single Mormon podcast for real.
Yeah.
Well, at least he catches everyone I watch, and he's already in there commenting. But I mean, I watch a lot more other stuff outside of Mormonism, but I bet you Kulch beats me in the Mormonism world.
Oh yeah.
The other person who watches a ton of them and certain channels that I'm just not interested in is Divas. Divas catches a lot of stuff too. And he tries to flex his muscle saying, I watch more than anybody on this stuff.
Yeah, he probably does.
Tend to believe him.
I think that's like an OCD thing though.
Here's a 50-minute one. I definitely watched the Don Bradley one. So that red line's lying. I definitely watched that one. I could tell you what the whole thing was. 149. So, I mean, look at it right there already, just from all the ones I just read is at least like 25 hours. And I know she's got way more like lives. Here's 2 lives. There's a 2 hour one. There's a 2 hour one. So I'm telling you, I've put in time with this. I can tell you so little. I can tell you so little. Like, I don't, like, I've told you, like, what I've said here tonight is about what I can tell you. Here and there, like, I get that, like, sometimes she's dropping, like, a list of names, and I can't regurgitate the names. But that's the only thing that's missing, like, out of it, you know? She said in passing with Delyn that she doesn't believe the girl getting thrown down the stairs, you know? And why? Well, we can get into that later. I cannot tell you how many times she says we can get into that later.
I know.
Like that is the line. We'll get into it. We'll get into the primary sources later. We'll get into
I don't have my binder of sources in front of me right now, so I can't tell you exactly why I think that that's bullshit, but
yeah. So much like what? Look, I'll show you what it is. Over here, this video that she just did a few days ago with this lady, and this one's down because I tried to re-listen to it again because I was getting clips. I definitely listened to this whole entire one. I can tell you right at the very beginning here, like the whole first
will bless your
20 minutes right here that she's talking about is a long extended thing about how they had put together documents for a paper that they wanted to give to a general authority. And you know how she just told the story about before the Fanny Alger thing, that she had this day and she went and prayed and then she went into the piano thing and then she thought this thing from the piano thing. The whole first half hour of this is them talking about how they were trying to get some papers to a general authority and how God made it possible for them to get the papers to the general authority. Like that's what you're getting, you know? So if you go to that channel to try to figure out what's going on, I think obviously I haven't listened to everything. So I think there's little tidbits of more information out there somewhere. But no, not really. It's so hard to get down to anything. This one, I listened to this guy's just entire life, and it was just, oh man, I thought I had it all figured out, and then I didn't have it figured out. Now I do have it figured out because now I know the truth. That's what these 2 hours are. That's what it is. That's what 2 hours are. I told you the 2 hours right there. That guy has it all figured out now. He didn't have it figured out now, but now he has it figured out now. And he appreciates his wife more now. Oh, and something that usually comes around with it, which is weird, is like he'll say stuff like, I started getting ideas of maybe I should have a second wife. And I hurt my wife's feelings. So I backed off of that. And now I haven't figured out because monogamy is never true.
Shit?
Yeah. Listen to that one and tell me I'm lying.
Babe, I think God wants me to bang another woman.
Oh gosh, that hurt your feelings.
You just say to me? Oh,
well, Joseph Smith didn't commit polygamy. Can we make up now?
Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. False narratives and weak sources for plural matters for children, part 2. I definitely watched all of those, and most of it's just, I can't believe they're talking about this and saying this is just so disheartening for 2 hours. Why do I listen to
it? Oh, goddamn.
Anyway.
You see, Culch has been robbing our MO.
What's that?
He's been using funny names. That was our thing, god damn it.
Kendall's on with Culch right now. He's using our funny names for stuff, or what? What's he calling it? Oh, he's
on right now with Colby, Jim Bennett, and Kendall.
But what, their names are funny things?
Well, his name, he's been doing funny names lately. Right now, he's the After Culch.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care if Culch stream snipes us. How dare Culch? I don't know. I like all stuff. We carry a big stick, but also forgive too. I'm almost to the level of being like perfectly fine and cool with Culch because I don't really have that many problems with him.
He's a likable dude. I get along with him. I think that's why he's getting a lot. I don't know. He's getting a lot more popular at this point.
I know that Colby seems open to hearing some counter ideas too. It seems like, and I don't know. Maybe with Colby, it could even get pretty simpatico. So, and I think Church of Korahor, even for being a woke dude, whatever with this thing, I don't know. He seems definitely a little bit more open to different information than the average person I've come across. So, but like you said, anybody who will just kind of autistically say stuff, I have an affinity for them.
Yeah, I know.
If they're right, you know.
Well, Culch is just kind of he wants to be friends with everyone, and he's a friendly dude.
Yeah, I honestly think that he should and always should have buried the hatchet with Jacob. Like, it shouldn't be that scary. It should be about as scary as it is for Forrest to talk to Jacob. That's how scary it should be, or as scary as it was for Church of Korahor, which is one of the things I appreciate about him. He was perfectly fine talking to Jacob. Like the deplatforming thing, not only for the sake of people like Jacob, for the sake of their side, they need to get past that deplatforming crap. Like, if they're always talking about they want a new Joe Rogan of the left, it will not happen until they drop that era of deplatforming bullshit. Or we can't let our people hear these words, which John DeLynne's leaned on for so long, which Rod Meldrum didn't hurt people's it didn't hurt people. It didn't hurt people to hear Rod Meldrum. And no, it doesn't hurt people for them to hear. I mean, it's ridiculous. Actually, how John Dehlin was with Michelle Stone is how he just should have always been. Like,
Man, the Rod
people
Meldrum
can hear the dumb ideas. We grew up in ideas that were goofy.
The Rod Meldrum was so disappointing to me because I hadn't watched Mormon Stories in quite a while, and I saw the Rod Meldrum thing. I think that was the first video I did with you as we were talking about Rod Meldrum, because I watched it because I was like, Heartland Theory, and I Googled it, and I was like, oh my God, this guy thinks that all of this happened in like continental US.
You were pretty well versed in it by the time you watched Dehlin, or no, you were waiting to hear it.
No, I mean, I had watched a bunch of Dehlin, and I was pretty disaffected with him, and I was like, this guy's a dork. But I hadn't watched it in quite a while. I had been pretty out of the ex-Mormon space by then, and I was pretty happy with that until you fuckers dragged me back into it. And then
I was out, man. I was way out until until the ex-Mormon world went nutty. And I honestly do think that there's a balancing out, sloshing in the seas happening right now, which is probably having to happen to everybody around like the last election. Like they had to get realistic. Exmo Joe had Jacob on his channel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He was one of his first guests on there.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, Exmo Joe is not afraid to talk with people, and I appreciate that. If somebody's that way, I appreciate it.
That's very non-managerial of you, Exmo Joe.
Yeah. What was I going to say though? What's it? The Church of Core Horror channel is probably one of his first or second videos. And he was just running by him what his church's tenets were and what Jacob thought of them. Yeah.
You know what? We forgot. I said Kulch watches more of this shit than anyone because he's always in the streams I pop in, but I think the one person that might have him beat is Maven.
Maven's all over. You want to know who's all over too? Is Troy. Troy's all over.
Oh, is he? Maven.
Troy's all over,
yeah, Maven is in Kulch's chat right now.
Oh, she's over there?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that you catch her. Oh, no. Does she still go on RFM and all that stuff? I mean, she was obviously there for years, but
I don't know. Okay.
I don't think she's watched as much Michelle Stone as I have, you know, and I'm not saying I'm not I got what, 15% of Michelle Stone.
Yeah.
But you know, she's around, but some of it's because she was getting paid to be around for all that stuff. I don't know if anybody sees all of John Dehlin stuff, they're winning anyway. Because I haven't been able to watch all Dehlin stuff at all. I've been at this for a couple years, and I've missed huge chunks of it. That Huntsman one is boring, man. Like that Huntsman one does not need to be longer than.
So that's the guy that sued the church or tried to sue the church, right?
Yeah.
They've done that.
Tell me the 3 hours. What's the 3 hours?
I tried to sue the church, and the government was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You gave them money."
Yeah.
No, that was what it was with Tom Phillips too, or Todd Phillips. Like they've tried this before, and tell
me your life. I had a rich guy upbringing. It was great. Married my wife in the church. I loved it. Oh, found out the church wasn't what I thought. Oh, left the church. Oh, now I said I want my money back. I decided to try to sue. Knew it wasn't much of a chance to get the money back, but I sued. It didn't work.
Yeah, no, it's of course it's not going to work. You gave him money. You gave it to him.
It's also a religious organization. Like everybody knows, like the First Amendment, and trying to go and sue them for beliefs and truth claims. And I guess they try to say it has to do with fraud because of like the way they said they're going to spend tithing money. But obviously around First Amendment stuff, they're not going to be able to go in and get into the middle of auditing and vetting fungible money. You know, they can't do it. It's
fucking, oh man, it's crazy because my other screen right now has Kulch's thing pulled up, and you got 4 guys on there. You got Kulch, who I've come around to Kulch. I like him. Kendall seems like a pretty reasonable dude. That his thing with Maven was cool. Colby, who seems like he's pretty open to a lot of this shit, and then you got Jim Bennett.
Jim Bennett,
who says you should stop talking to people who voted Trump.
Jim Bennett's so Trump deranged. He's just off the.
That's
off
like
the rock.
80% of the people you call brother and sister, you dipshit.
And I don't like Trump deranged. I don't toss that like around easy. He's Trump deranged. Like,
He's definitely Trump deranged.
Cold said he doesn't like Trump. He even like mentioned a thing that was an obvious lie. I don't think he's Trump deranged. You
can dislike Trump without being Trump deranged. It's very easy to criticize Trump. It's just that like Bennett, he like ascribes all of the things he hates about Trump to every single one of the people who voted for him as if they are just a monolith or something like that. And I'm like, my dad probably hates Joe Biden as much as anyone hates Trump, right? And there is 0% of me that thinks that if I had voted Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, that my dad would stop talking to me. I know he wouldn't. He'd tell me, that's stupid, and the guy you voted for is fucking stupid. But he wouldn't stop talking to me. That's insane.
My parents are MSNBC huffers, which, speaking of, ding dong, like Joy Reid is God.
Oh, God. I know you're not supposed to take satisfaction. And Schadenfreude is probably a bad thing, but I feel like with Joy Reid, it's justified. She's a racist piece of shit. And the craziest part is that her racism and her lying is overshadowed by how fucking stupid she is.
Yeah, it's a bit like Kendi. The whole Kendi thing was mind-blowing. Like the way John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry went into detail about just how dumb Ibram X. Kendi was. And Robin DiAngelo was always dumb too. It's just sad that they had to like champion dumb people. Do you remember that she got the thing where they pulled up that she had written old stuff about being against trans people and all that sort of deal? And then she said, my Twitter was hacked and time travel hacked by Russians. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that's hilarious. They're trying to figure out what happened there. I definitely didn't write those several blog posts.
That's who's taking her place.
Oh God! When did Karine Jean-Pierre start taking testosterone?
They can't put the woke away, man. It's a religion. They can't do it. Like you hear James Carville, and did you see like the whole interview Bill Maher had this week with
where he walked off? Yeah,
they just can't do it. They can't back off of it. It's one of the funny things that happened was the FBI got the FBI. Did you see the hacked FBI Slack account where they were talking about a bunch of
like sex
and trans? Yeah,
I saw a little bit of it. And the most shocking part is how not shocked I was by it.
They had a secret transgender chat room in which the NSA, CIA, and DIA employees discussed genital castration, artificial polycules, and gangbangs, all in government time. And Tulsi Gabbard got in and fired them. But somebody was talking about one of the old adages of being FBI or CIA or something like that is that you're supposed to be unblackmailable. The old joke is that's one of the reasons why they were all Mormons back in the day. That's even in one of the Coen brother movies, the Burn After Reading, where John Malkovich gets mad when the other guy calls him a drunk. He goes, "You're a Mormon."
What are you?
There was supposedly a ton of Mormons in the CIA because they were unblackmailable. They didn't get into the prostitutes or the weirdness or the. And some people said it must have just been like 20 years ago or something. They just said, "What if we just went the other way and got people who were just proud of all the stuff, and then they'll be unblackmailable because they're just living their truth, man. That's how you make them unblackmailable in the current era." There was that. My friend got the email of having to say 5 things that he did this past week. The Elon. Did you hear about that email?
I did. Yeah, I did. Did he send it or what?
Yeah, he did. He said it just took 2 minutes to send it off and do it. But yeah, where'd it go? I thought I saved it. Maybe I didn't. I think I saved my. I keep confessing that helper one is still in there.
Oh no! Damn it, Steve!
It keeps popping up in there. Did you see this? That the lady who played the Witch of the West is going to be
Yeah.
Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ Superstar.
I did not see that.
You didn't see that?
God. No.
Yeah, she's going to be Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ Superstar. Federal workers, I am the victim of a hate crime. Asking you what to do for work is a hate crime. Will I hate it? Federal workers, does your dog bite? No, but it can hurt you in other ways. What did you do at work last week?
Did you ever wonder if I saw that thing flash up where the kids are playing band instruments in their masks? You ever wonder if that was like malicious compliance? Because like I feel like if I were a band teacher and they told me you guys got to wear masks during the concert, that's exactly
it might have been. It might have been.
Okay, fuck you, idiot. We'll wear masks while we blow into woodwind instruments, you stupid dipshit.
It might have been. There were so many dumb things. You remember those kids like did the dances holding themselves back to back? But to some of the people kind of criticizing John, they were criticizing him for asking Michelle Stone like if she believed in a 6,000-year-old Earth, and she got offended by that. I actually thought that was probably a relative question because you're seeing like how much does the person believe scriptures to be fully literal or not.
Yeah, she believes a crazy thing, and you're like, do you believe these other crazy things that you probably believe?
But he also asked her if she was an anti-masker, and what that kind of signals in like days. Like he said vaxxer too, but he also said masks. And if you're anti-masker, like that one is like that one should be. I was almost like a politics trap. Because the mask one is so obviously should be undoubtedly agreed upon with everybody was bullshit. It was all bullshit. And she's supposed to make herself look bad by saying, yeah, I was against the masks. You know, it's putting her on the spot to try to draw tribal lines for sure, asking that one.
Oh, yeah, it was all like, I don't know, because he did frame it in ways that was like, do you believe this stuff that, by the way, there's irrefutable evidence for? You know, and so I get that to a degree, but he wasn't even close to what he was like with fucking Rod Meldrum.
Yeah. 65% of black women with university degrees work for the government. Read that again. Not that 65% of workers are black women, but that 65% of all college-educated black women are employed by the government. I mean, that's something because so much of the government. This is actually always true of like the army and stuff too. Is that it really is kind of a patronage and a jobs program too. In the end of all stuff, there's a part of me that just kind of feels like. You could have found something that wasn't negative to put them in. You could have found something to like, it could have been bullshit, but at least it wasn't bullshit and negative. You know what I mean? Like the DEI crap or whatever. Maybe that's because that sounded positive to people. But what if there's like, if they were just giving some money as waste to people to count paper clips, I'd be a little bit like, I guess people need jobs or something like that sort of deal. But the stuff that's actually negative and detrimental to society is what really melts my brain. You know, Wade says Maven is asexual. Does that make her unblackmailable? Yes. Yeah. I think so. Do you remember the adultism thing? Did we even bring up the adultism? That's in the there was a video of the Department of Education.
Like justification.
This is more Foucault that we were talking about. The Department of Education was talking about treating kids and not as adults is adultism. The oppression experienced by children and young people at the hands of adults and adult-produced, adult-tailored systems. Dr. Brenda, this is from the Department of Education. Interpersonal adultism. Authentic youth collaboration is not possible with adultism. Our young people are knowledgeable and wise. Policing interactions of youth to people in authority can be re-traumatizing in organization as the ability to function similar to a parent, deciding who and when people get resources. Many youth have been failed by systems and service providers in their past. Adultism.
Jesus.
This is my ultimate answer to Kendall. Never let any amount of evidence, facts, or logic dissuade you from something you believe. If you have your heart set on being ignorant and oblivious, no one has the right to take that away from you.
Unmotivational life coach.
Unmotivational life coach. Yeah, I don't know that. Well, that's all the clips and stuff. That's awesome. Michelle Stone. Was there more to cover on Michelle Stone? It was 6 hours long.
No, there's not. It's 6 hours of nothing. 6 hours of her, like Jondelyn. Oh my!
Here's the spectrum. Do you see that spectrum right there?
The spectrum. Except there's no outliers. Where are the outliers? Oh, I see.
You don't see them?
I see. Done.
I don't think I can even make it big enough to. But that's a spectrum.
Oh, great! Yeah, definitely a spectrum.
Yeah. Want to see one little thing about Britt Hartley going up in the world?
Sure.
What does spirituality look like? And I'm in the middle of reading a book by this woman, Brittany Hartley. She has a book called No Nonsense Spirituality, which I think is actually the name of her like TikTok channel as well. And she is an ex-Mormon, highly educated, and kind of has done the deep dive herself on a lot of these things. And where she's ended up landing is in this place where spirituality is incredibly important.
She's just got a master's degree, right? So I'm highly educated.
There's a lot of people like her, and I think
we just throw that around more.
That's Rainn Wilson.
Difficult buying any bullshit, for lack of a.
It's not that highly educated. It's read a few books, and if anybody else has read a few books, you've caught up.
Better word, right? And so what she says is like, there's all these really useful spiritual tools that religious communities and traditions have come up with that are essential to human flourishing: community, ritual, service, purpose, and meaning. Her theory is that, you know, people basically, we created these things for ourselves because we need them, and we can still have them without having to have the belief in the grand narrative that you may, like, you're like me, have a difficult.
Why is that Britt Hartley's theory?
Time buying into. But that doesn't mean you just become a atheist who's like spirituality isn't important. So I think I'm in the middle of figuring out what does connection with those essential aspects of the human experience, which might involve connection with some kind of mind beyond my own, but I may not ever be able to define that, and that's okay. I'm in that.
Yeah, in that search, in that journey. Yeah.
He's ripe for reconversion.
Yeah, he really is.
Thanks so much to Rhett for the multiple shout outs this week. And if you've been following my content for a while, you know that I would love to go on the Soul Boom podcast, not just because I would love to talk to Rainn Wilson about spirituality, but also because I have this 13-year-old who thinks it's utterly absurd, and he's completely befuddled by the fact that his mom is some kind of atheist who somehow talks about God all day with people. And he just kind of discovered, you know, The Office in the past year. And if I could talk to Rainn Wilson, maybe I could get some respect from this 13-year-old. So I'm going to send him my book and we'll see how it goes. But that was a huge shout out for me. So thanks so much for Rhett.
She might be on with
little Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, good for you, Britt. Tell him all of your smart things and don't tell him any of your stupid things.
So this was most of TikTok today.
All right, so it's 8 p.m. West Coast time on Monday, February 24th. I'm sure we've all been seeing the news about the shakeup at MSNBC with their schedule. The most high profile of which was they canceled.
Did you see even Rachel Maddow called them out for racism?
Joy Reid's show. She's a black woman. She's been on MSNBC forever, as long as I can remember.
They're holding the MSNBC
canceled or fired. I'm not quite sure.
Boycott.
They canceled the show of Jonathan Capehart.
Oh no,
he is a black man. I think he's also gay. They canceled the show of Katie Fang, who's a former federal prosecutor and Asian American woman.
This is something they went into on McIntyre's channel. Is that part of that whole FBI Slack channel stuff? Is all this stuff becomes like a shield? Like you become a DEI hire, you cannot get fired. And so then they start doing an act like Joy Reid didn't have to worry about her terrible ratings for the past 3-4 years. She had terrible ratings.
It's hilarious because I'm like, what a difficult spot it would be for the MSNBC heads to try to figure out how to sort this bullshit. Because if a boycott was successful, what are they going to do? Bring back Joy Reid? For none of these people who boycotted to
bring back Joy Reid for
it.
them to continue not watching, just like happens with the women in sports.
Yeah. So I'm like, they're like, what do we do? These people aren't watching. And if we put Joy Reid on, they're going to also not watch. Fuck.
Yeah, maybe if you changed your channel entirely to stuff that's popular, people would watch it again. But that's back in the day when channels used to care about ground up, emergent things.
Show I mean, one of the highlights of my weekends, I think it was Sunday nights, was watching him back to back with Mehdi Hassan, who was also an Arab American.
Mehdi Hassan.
Him, I don't know, 7 or 8 months
This
ago.
guy acting like he likes all these people just because of their identities. They just have different identities and they say Trump sucks. That's your programming, folks.
Own media company called Zeteo, Zeteo, which I subscribe to, and I highly recommend everybody else subscribe to. But so it's like we have a black woman, 2 Arab American men, a black gay man, an Asian American woman, who have all lost their shows on MSNBC. And you know whose show they didn't fuck with? Morning Joe with Joe and Mika. Yeah, hang on one second.
What are the ratings
also
look
canceled
like?
Jose Diaz Balart Reports, which aired weekdays at 10 a.m.
Probably not any better, really.
I'm not quite sure of the proper terminology. A Hispanic Latino man. He used to work for Telemundo.
You don't know the terminology for that?
So we have 6 MSNBC daytime, primetime, weekend hosts who have their own shows that no longer have their own shows, and none of them are white. Not one of them. And MSNBC
This really bothers him.
Shit. Which one of their shows has caused more fucking turmoil among their viewers over the last several months than Morning Joe with Joe and Mika? I can't tell you how much my life has improved since I stopped watching any part of Morning Joe with Joe and Mika. I used to DVR and watch clips here and there or whatever, but after Election Day and they went down and kissed the fucking ring at Mar-a-Lago, and MSNBC's new president gets rid of these 6 people and leaves these 2 fart huffers untouched.
Anyway, last little clip from John.
That really informs how I do.
He put this out as a short today.
I watched most
You
of
saw
it.
this?
Well, I probably watched like 2 minutes of it. And I was like,
that's all it
yeah,
really is.
Shut the fuck up, John.
If the church thinks of me as its number one enemy, they could do a lot worse than me. Because I have the benefit of having seen 20 or 30 years of people leaving the church and see how it's not all rainbows and lollipops and jelly beans and unicorns
When you're out.
when you leave. That it's, to some degree, wherever you go, there you are. And to some degree, faithful Mormons can mess up their lives and do damage, but ex-Mormons can mess up their lives and do damage. And there's no magic pill to just losing your faith and your religion and then happily ever after. That's just not what a lot of people experience. Some people blow up their marriages. Some people become alcoholics. Some people become addicted to drugs or psychedelic experiences or sexual experiment in ways that become destructive to them or their loved ones. All sorts of things, ruin relationships. And again, all that stuff can happen in the church too. But the other thing is, I just have come to see that many people are better off. Many people are better off with some sort of faith or with some sort of community or with some set of packaged morality and identity,
some sort of cult
just offered to them. The simplicity of like, here's a structure. Just follow this. Many people are better off with that. And many people without, not all, but many of people that I've known without any sense of spirituality, any sense of the divine, any moral boundaries, any community or moral structure, they don't do well. They don't thrive and they get lost and they get unhealthy. So I'm not anti-Mormon. I'm not anti-Mormon church. I'm not anti-LDS church. I'm not anti-Christian. I'm not anti-theist. I'm like, there's a whole toolbox of things that can help people enhance their lives. And I'm for just that full toolbox being made available. And then people using, whether it's Stoicism or Buddhism or Mormonism or atheism or secularism or skepticism or science or Christianity, big, beautiful toolbox or buffet. Whatever you do, construct a healthy, meaningful, joyous life where you're doing the most good for yourself and others and doing the least harm. That's my worldview. And that's why I do what I do. And that's how I combat the potential negativity and the weight.
No, I don't care anymore. I can't even make it through 5 minutes.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I guess I can't find the ratings on MSNBC. Like, why is that so hard to find? But anyway, I ain't got nothing else. Nothing else. Anything funny this week? Any hit sick heroes of the week? Nemo's in town. Look, you see this? Nemo's in town.
Any professors whose doors you think I should knock on?
No.
I've just been over in the religious building where Brad Wilcox has got an office.
Leave him alone.
Shall I go and have a chat with him?
Don't.
Let me know in the comments.
Don't.
I've only been
Nobody cares.
Wait, what did he say right there? I've only been recognized
once so far, so my cover is intact. So I'm here at...
I'm not as famous as I once thought.
Sunglasses do it, man.
I'm not sure why they don't recognize me. All I've done is hide my eyes.
Oh, fuck.
All right, that's good enough to end on. All right, I didn't have any other jokes in there. I didn't save up any jokes. Man.
Hey, if you just a scenario, you are the dictator for a day, and your only job is to ban, to make illegal lyrics, like certain lyrics that can never ever be used again, and if they try to use them, they go straight to jail. What are the lyrics?
I never. It doesn't have to be. I never thought.
I never thought.
Yeah. Think of how many times I never thought, and stuck in the middle. Did you see that one? But there's so many songs that have the phrase "I never thought." I'm like, what does that even mean? Like that is a nothing. I never thought. Who cares that you never thought it? Like I never thought that I'd be walking in Cincinnati. Like yeah, I didn't either. Like I don't think that before I do that. I never, and I don't notice that I never thought it, and then that just comes up in
I never thought I'd be shitting in a porta potty in the middle of the frozen desert of Idaho, but I did that, and that's wild. I think mine would probably be either "Hey, Mr. DJ," or
does that come up a lot?
Not a
you just
ton.
don't like it in the Madonna
I
song?
hate it so much. No, I hate it in everything that it's in. The other thing would be "I'm on my knees begging you, please."
Oh yeah.
Or
no, wait. There
or
is
anything that Train says.
There's a Leonard Cohen song that has "knees and please" with it. I'm your man. I love that song, but it's also kind of purposely cheesy. How many song lyrics say? How many ones do the "on your knees beg you please"?
I don't know, but it's a lazy rhyme.
How many song lyrics say "I never"? Is GPT going to be right on this?
I don't know.
Searching the web for song lyrics. There are many songs that contain the phrase "I never thought." If you're looking for just can you estimate how many? It's difficult to get an exact number. The phrase "I never thought" likely appears in thousands of songs across various genres. It comes up so much and it just doesn't mean anything. Like it's usually "I never thought I'd be with you" or something like that. But any sort of "I never thought" is also a nothing phrase. Like what comes after "I never thought" that is necessary? I never thought God would stab you.
Never thought I'd die alone. I laughed the loudest who'd have known.
Yeah, that one I could give it a pass because it's maybe the number one thought of one, but I just don't. If you go listen to local bands, you will hear it every night, at least twice. Every local band says "I never thought."
I'm gonna have to think about that one. You threw me for a loop there.
What other? But you're thinking ones that have to come up a whole lot too, because I have plenty of lyrics I just don't like. I was listening to Mighty Mighty Boss Tones today. That song forever has made. I never had to knock on wood. Like what? What does that mean? Like why?
Well, it means he's never had to. Like he's just a lucky guy. He's never had to hope for anything.
But knocking on wood's not even a.
Yeah, knocking on and knock on wood is hopefully this shit doesn't happen.
Knocking on wood is hoping something didn't happen.
Yeah, he's like, I'm so.
So I never had to hope a bad thing didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad.
I never had to hope. I never had to hope a bad thing didn't happen.
Yeah, life is so awesome for me.
I don't like that one.
See, Wade's right here with me. Wade must have went to elementary school with me or something because he was there on Adam's song.
Well, that's why I say that one. I can because that one is like the one that owns it. But if you go and hear it the 10,000 other times, you'll be like, stop it. Like, what are you even saying? You're not even saying anything. You're not even saying it. Doesn't even make sense.
I'm gonna have to think about that. I've never considered that line at all.
If you give me the one Leonard Cohen song, listen to "I'm Your Man," and it kind of has a. Oh, I'll get in trouble for playing "I'm Your Man." What other lyric? That's the only one you ever thought?
Oh no, I mean there's a lot. Let me think of some more. Well, there's individual lyrics that don't get used a whole lot that I really hate. The example I always use is Katy Perry's god awful bridge of Firework, where she says "boom, boom, boom, even brighter than the moon, moon, moon." That might be the dumbest lyric I've ever heard.
That's pretty bad. Here
Or
you go.
like really any Train lyric. I think.
Oh yeah, Train's got the.
My heart's about to beat right out my untrimmed chest.
On your,
Yeah, my lipstick stain on the left side of your front side, or on the left lobe of your front side brain. I went to
what's the Hazel Sister lyric?
Yeah, that was it. Those were both from Hazel Sister.
Are they?
My lipstick stain on the front lobe of your left side brain.
Yeah, the lipstick stain, like you're starting out, like you could get there, and knew I wouldn't forget you, so let me blow my mind. Ugh. Like that,
No,
like that's just perfectly bad right there,
that.
saying I let you blow my mind.
I think one of the worst ones is "Like a Virgin, You're Madonna."
Yeah, where he says "I'm your this and you're my that." Is that what it is? No, I'm so gangster, you're so thug.
Oh, I'm so gangster, you're so thug. You're the only one I'm dreaming of.
Yeah, that's the worst line in history, maybe. Here you go. Tell me this. I'd crawl on your knees. It says I crawl to you like a dog in heat. It's kind of close to what
on
you're
my
thinking.
knees. I'm begging you, please.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you're saying. So.
Yeah, I bet Wade watched the "What Makes This Song Stink."
The Pat Finnerty.
Yeah, because he said with his obviously trimmed chest.
It's so bad. It's so bad. But let me think for a week, because on the spot I can't think of every single lyric ever that I absolutely hated.
We can bring a list of our top 5 shittiest lyrics, and I guarantee at least 3 of them will be Train for me.
Really?
Yeah.
They have to be separate bands. Top 5
separate bands. Oh shit! I'd have to narrow it down to the worst Train lyric ever.
Fuck! Gotta be the thug one, man.
That one's pretty bad. Untrimmed chest is terrible, though.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Like a Virgin,
you kind of got to go with stuff that's also maybe because Katy Perry is going to be terrible, right? And
or there's that Olive Girl on Fire. She's just rephrasing "Girl on Fire" in different ways. This girl is on fire. I don't want
all my lyrics to be Katy Perry lyrics.
She's a girl and she's on fire. She's walking and she's on fire. And then you get to the Nicki Minaj guest verse where she's like, "Do you fear God? Because I fear God. And on my front porch, that's a deer, God. And that's a horse ranch." That's the literal lyric from Nicki Minaj's guest verse.
I want to think of worse lyrics from otherwise okay bands. That's what I'm gonna think of.
Are we human or are we dancer?
Yeah, that one always threw everybody off, but because it's denser. It's because it's a different word, right?
It's dancer. And
isn't it denser?
No, it's dancer. His explanation was that he wanted to say, like, are we the species of human or are we like marionettes? Like, do we have free will or not? And instead,
why didn't he make it plural?
Well, because human, he didn't say, are we humans? He wanted to keep it consistent. Say, are we humans or are we dancers? Or would he say, are we human or are we dancer? Like it's a race or something. But it still sounds.
What? No, man, it doesn't. It doesn't work for me.
No, I listened to him talk about it and I was still like, yeah, but it was still a dumb line, buddy. And the Killers are like my favorite band. So
yeah. Yeah. That one did like from the very first second I heard it, it threw everybody off because it was kind of one that everybody's working on. Everybody's waiting for that one, right? That was like one of the ones that dropped when there was kind of still some anticipation for their new thing.
yeah, their first 3 albums were all pretty big.
Oh, how about Uno, Dos, Tres, Catorce?
Oh, his explanation for that was that it was their 14th album.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too
like
bad.
I get it now. I kind of don't like when they make sense after I hear that.
Yeah.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly.
Wait. What is that? I know that one. What is it? What is it? You're not gonna tell me?
It is. I want to fly away.
Oh yeah.
I want to get.
Okay.
Some of these are perfectly good lyrics. Like it says, I'm looking up some. Kurt Cobain's "A mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido." That's perfectly fine lyric.
Yeah, like one of the lyrics I think is a lot of people would think is really dumb, but I fucking love is "I am an American aquarium drinker."
I love that line.
I love that line so much.
I haven't heard people come. Well, most people don't know it very well. I mean,
Yeah.
Wilco fans do, so it's almost kind of like only people who like it get into it. That's one of my favorite lines.
Me too.
He has that lyric of I wish that I could make money, not a thing, or something like that. That one.
Does he? Where's that?
That was on his most recent album.
Oh.
So I wish that I was like, oh, shut up. This thing says that a lyric is bad that says slowly walking down the hall faster than a cannonball. No, you're wrong. Like it's iconic and it's kind of purposely being opposite. Yeah. I'll have to pull some up because
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think because like I usually have like 10 examples just right off the top of my head I can rattle
me
off.
too. And on top of that too, I want some that I didn't look up. I want some that are real true, real deal. Like I noticed that and I don't like that because I actually get why most people don't have a problem with the knock on wood one, but the knock on wood one drives me crazy.
Yeah, man, I like that one. That one's fine with me. What the one of the dumber ones I heard, I just thought my Portuguese was bad. It was Paula Fernandes. This song was really big when I was in Brazil. It's called Eu Quero Ser para Você. It's like I want to be this or whatever. And one of the things she says, Eu quero ser para você a lua iluminando o sol, which is I want to be the moon illuminating the sun.
What? So like, reverse back.
Yeah, I was like, wait, well, that doesn't make sense. Maybe my Portuguese must be fucked. And then I went to a YouTube comment section and it was a bunch of Brazilians be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not how it works.
So they just get mad about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I give people like poetic license for stuff that's obviously not how it works.
All right. My wife needs me to pop her back.
All right. I can't believe how long we went. I actually lost track of time. Yeah. And it actually went longer than I thought it did, faster. So thanks for chilling all night.
All right. We'll see you, man.
Thanks, everybody. Later.